From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
And it is a great day to be alive on Westwood One Sports. Welcome in, everybody, to BetMGM Game Day. Hi, I'm Chris Mack. How are you? How's the weekend going? A good one? Did you have to turn your furnace back on last night like I did? It's May. Why is it this cold out in some parts of the country? I don't appreciate it. Whether it's beautiful where you are, freezing cold, raining, sunny, whatever it is, we got you for the next 5 hours right here on Westwood One Sports and inside the Westwood One Sports app, also inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. We welcome in each and every one of you. My compadre, PJ Glasser, going to jump into the conversation starting at noon. And throughout the day, we've got plenty to talk about. Obviously, everything that went down in Boston last night. It has not been a good few weeks for Boston sports fans, to say the least. I mean, your Bruins lose to an upstart Sabres team in the Stanley Cup playoffs first round. Your manager gets fired. Your head coach is doing God knows what. But he got a standing ovation from the season ticket holders for it anyway. And the team that everybody just assumed as of like 6 days ago would have a cakewalk to the NBA Finals through the Eastern Conference, they're Dunsky. Eliminated. The Celtics losing Game 7 at home to the Sixers, blowing a 3-1 series lead for the first time in the franchise's playoff history. The Sixers coming back from 3-1 for the first time in their franchise's playoff history. We got plenty to get to, plus Game 7s today in the NBA. We'll talk to Jason Beatty, who covers the Magic for the Orlando Sentinel. Can they avoid blowing their 3-1 lead to the Pistons after an ugly loss in Game 6? Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com. Do the Cavs bounce back after that R.J. Barrett buzzer beater that may still be in the atmosphere somewhere above that hoop in Toronto as they get Game 7 at home tonight against the Raptors? Tyler Dragon going to join us at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific to break down everything now that the NFL draft is fully a week in the rearview mirror that is going on around the league. OTAs getting underway in some places, rookie mini camps, and mandatory veteran mini camps just a couple weeks away for all 32 NFL teams. Plenty to get to today. You're always welcome into the conversation, whether it's on YouTube. You can jump in the chat there and watch the stream live at youtube.com/BetMGM tonight, or just hop on the phone. Hopefully you already got it saved as a contact in there. Westwood One Sports, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. As I always do, I like to start the day off with the 5 biggest stories right off the top. We call it the High Five.
Renegade and Golden Temple are closing too. Here's Golden Temple. Golden Temple and Cherie DeVaux make history in the Kentucky Derby.
I don't care how many times you've seen the Kentucky Derby. It doesn't matter if you're even a horse racing fan or not. Everybody tunes in every year, and Larry Kalmus on the call there at Churchill Downs and on NBC of the final stretch as Golden Tempo comes all the way from the back of the pack to win the Kentucky Derby by a neck over Renegade. 2 brothers battling as the jockeys on the horses that finished 1-2 at the Derby. If you had that in your exactor, you're doing all right today. And it doesn't matter if your bet won, because I don't know how many people were on Golden Tempo. What matters the day after the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby is that it took a century and a half, but you finally got a female trainer as the winner of the Kentucky Derby, Cherie DeVaux, which in and of itself, I think, is historic. You can't argue that it's historic. In an old school industry, in an old school sport like horse racing, that when you think of it, you think of dudes in fedoras with cigars sitting at the track all day. A male-dominated industry and sport. We finally got the first female trainer to win the Kentucky Derby yesterday. And look, I'm not going to get on some female empowerment jag here because I don't think that's what this is about. It's more about the fact that as the dad, for example, of a teenage daughter, now granted she has no interest in horses or horse racing, it opens another door to, hey, if you do have an interest in that as a female in this sport, you can win. You can be a part of making history. And that still counts when you break new ground, regardless of how you do it. But congratulations to Cherie DeVoe. Congratulations to Golden Tempo and the whole team behind that horse, winning what was a super exciting 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby yesterday. Again, even if you only watch horse racing once a year and yesterday was your day, it was still fun, even if you had no idea what was going on until you saw Golden Tempo come all the way from the back to storm ahead down the backstretch and take the win. Next.
4.
Once we get back on the field for 4 weeks at the end of this spring, we'll have a better idea then. But there's only so many reps you get. You've got to start to target towards who's going to start opening day. And now that can still change. And that can change even if someone's getting 2/3 of the rep to someone getting 1/3 of the reps. Because you're still going to play preseason games. You're still going to want to see those guys at quarterback and see how they play.
It's going to get interesting in Cleveland this spring and summer and into the fall. That's Browns head coach Todd Monken, and credit to my guys, Ken Carman and Anthony Lima on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, who had him in studio for nearly 45 minutes the other day, talking about everything going on with the Browns. And credit to Monken. He doesn't dodge questions. It's somewhat refreshing to see a coach tell you exactly what he's thinking. And after the report from Mary Kay Cabot up in Cleveland earlier this week that said Deshaun Watson had been installed as a de facto number 1 with Shedeur Sanders relegated to the second spot on the depth chart, there were plenty of questions. Like, really? You've already decided on this? While at the same time, the answers made sense. Well, look at what he's getting paid. So if Watson ends up being the starter, Monken can reliably fall back now on, hey, I told you I was going to let this thing play out and see what we had throughout minicamp and OTAs and training camp and the preseason, and we landed on Deshaun Watson. And it won't be about the money. But here's where Monken and the Browns are in a difficult spot. If Shedeur does show up and ball out during OTAs and minicamp and training camp in the preseason, most importantly, they'll have to start him over Deshaun Watson because he said it's all about how they perform over the next 3.5 months leading up to opening day and kickoff in September. And if Shedeur outplays Deshaun Watson, which isn't out of the realm of possibility given that Watson hasn't stepped on a field and taken a competitive snap in nearly 2 years, it wouldn't shock any of us. I don't think. And then you'll have to explain why your multi-million dollar, $100 million quarterback is a backup to a second-year guy who didn't show a ton last year. They're in a sticky spot in Cleveland with the quarterback situation, which is what happens when you collect a bunch of mediocre quarterbacks. But we'll see how it plays out. Credit nonetheless to Monken for answering the question as much as he could at this point in the spring. Next.
3.
Everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. You gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited.
It never gets old. Russell Wilson's Mr. Unlimited video from a few years back. Apparently, he's seriously considering pivoting into television, maybe as the replacement for Matt Ryan on the NFL Today on CBS, their pregame show every Sunday. And first and foremost, let me just say, Russ, thank you for heeding the call I made the other day, filling in for Nick Costos on You Better You Bet, when I told you, you need to just go home and hang out with your hot, uber-talented wife some more. Do some charity things, but don't go to New York to back out Geno Smith and the Jets. That was not the answer. Go out with just a few shreds of dignity left, okay? After an ugly year with the Giants, after a decent half year with the Steelers that crumbled at the end, and 2 terrible years in Denver, don't further sully your future Hall of Fame resume. And he should be a Hall of Famer. The question isn't whether that will happen 5 years, 6 years from now, once he's eligible for the Hall of Fame, and he probably not a first ballot. I don't know. That's a different conversation. The conversation I'm more curious in is, how's Russ going to be on TV? Like, is he going to be boring, bland, robotic Russ? Or is he going to be Mr. Unlimited? Because Mr. Unlimited could be pretty damn entertaining on a desk with J.J. Watt and Bill Cowher and James Brown. That could be fun to watch if that's how it ends up going for the NFL Today on CBS later this year. We're actually going to do something fun in the second hour of the show once PJ Glasser gets in here. We're going to hold one of our patented BetMGM Game Day drafts, and we will draft our favorite NFL broadcasters, studio hosts, studio analysts, play-by-play and color commentary and sideline reporters. We all have the crews that we like, I think, and the voices that we think of when we hear our favorite highlights in our head. We'll pick some of our favorites. Come along for the ride. We'll do that in just a little more than an hour and 10 minutes from now here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack counting down the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top, as we do every week here on BetMGM Game Day with the high 5. Next.
2.
One possession, under 5 to play, clutch time in Game 7 between two of the oldest rivals in the NBA. White can't tie the game. Long rebound goes to Edgecombe.
This is a rivalry, the Celtics and Sixers, that goes back to when the Sixers were the Syracuse Americans. I mean, this thing goes back, way back into time. And that, what you just heard there, was the first of 10 consecutive misses from the field by the Celtics down the stretch. Derek White missing a 27-foot jumper, as Noah Eagle, called it on NBC. And they went cold at the worst possible time. No Jason Tatum. That shouldn't have been enough to sink the Celtics. It shouldn't have been. And I know in Boston right now, where the collective sports psyche is somewhat fragile, their football team's head coach is in the middle of a mess. Their manager just got fired. Their hockey team just got eliminated. This is just another layer. Boston sports fans, to be totally frank, they're spoiled. Think of all the parades they've had. And it's a downtime, because this was a Celtics team that, like I said earlier, had everything, had the path paved for them, everything out in front of them. All they had to do was finish off the Sixers, fight through the Knicks, who a week ago weren't looking too hot, down 2-1 to the Hawks, and then just prance their way along with a newly healthy Jason Tatum right into the NBA Finals. But it crumbled over the last week, fell apart, because all the depth scoring that carried them down the stretch and really throughout the regular season in Tatum's absence disappeared. It dried up. I know Derek White had a really strong night for the first 3.5 quarters last night, but he goes cold. Jaylen Brown goes cold. Peyton Pritchard goes cold. Everybody went cold down the stretch. And when you miss 12 of your final 13 field goals in the final 4.5 minutes, doesn't matter who you are. You're not going to win, especially not when you spot the Sixers a fast start and a big lead early, and that's what the Celtics did. The Sixers got out early, and the Celtics weren't able to come back, and now it's done. It's over. And Boston sports fans, I know you're going to try and tell us that getting Tatum back at the end of the year, well, everything was kind of gravy from there anyway. But you got to be disappointed this morning. You have to. You were up 3-1. The Celtics had never blown a 3-1 series lead. You don't quietly walk away from this and go, oh, the better team won. Yeah, you know what? The Celtics weren't the better team over the last 3 games. So maybe you console yourself somewhat with that excuse, but the more talented team, especially when Tatum was healthy, it was Boston. And they didn't take advantage of the 3-1 series lead that they had built. They let Joel Embiid come back into the series and be a major factor. They let Tyrese Maxey take over at times. And oh, my Lord, Paul George is now showing up. Can the Sixers get past the Knicks? We'll get into that a little bit later. Next.
1.
Oubre right back to him. Maxey again to the rack. Another deuce. Tyrese is taking over.
Noah Eagle again on NBC. Great job by that crew last night. And they did. They took over. Down the stretch, the Sixers put it away. We could call it defensively. We could call it cold shooting from the Celtics, as I just did a minute ago. But either way, they're moving on. And Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, who you just heard there, the first duo in NBA history with 30 points, 10 boards, and 5 assists, each of them in Game 7. And like I said, that doesn't even account for what Paul George added to the mix as well. The trio that they had built this thing around, that everyone in Philly was certainly pessimistic about down the stretch and into the playoffs when they had to get through the play-in round, is finally gelling and maybe peaking at just the right time, because they're going to need all three of those guys if they're going to somehow get through the Knicks. We'll get into this in a whole lot more detail throughout the day and throughout the afternoon, and once PJ jumps in at noon, because he said something in our text thread last night as we were talking about the Sixers-Celtics game. He said the Sixers can beat the Knicks. I don't know if they can. Again, if you're a Philly sports fan, ton of fun to watch them come back for the first time in franchise history from down 3-1 and beat the Celtics of all teams. But the way the Knicks have played, an absolute wagon towards the end of that Hawks series. If you didn't watch Game 6, by the way, in Atlanta, if you only heard about it, don't go back and watch it. There should be like a parental advisory label on that video. It was just an absolute bludgeoning by New York over Atlanta. But if the Knicks play anything like they did in the final 3 games of that Hawks series, where I think the combined margin of victory was 90-some points over the last 3 games, they'll take care of the Sixers, even if Embiid, Maxey, and George are on. If they're all on, they can push the Knicks. I don't know if they can win the series. But good on them for coming back from 3-1 down. You're going to have maybe the 2 hottest teams in the NBA playoffs meeting in the second round of the Eastern Conference Finals. And whoever comes out of it, yeah, they might be physically battered and bruised, but they'll have a team that's battled through a 7-game series in the first round, and who knows what happens in the second round between Orlando or Detroit and Cleveland or Toronto and how deep that one goes. But is there anybody that doesn't look at Knicks Sixers as the real Eastern Conference final? Maybe some folks in Cleveland, Detroit, Orlando, and Toronto, which we'll preview those games as well. As I mentioned, Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com in about an hour and 20 minutes. Jason Beatty of the Orlando Sentinel in exactly 21 minutes from now. We have got you all day long, getting you ready for the big Game 7s in the NBA that will decide the 2 teams in the other NBA Eastern Conference semifinal. We'll talk about whether the T-Wolves or the Lakers can challenge the Spurs or the Thunder as well later in the show, and a lot of NFL, including this week in Cleveland, something that had nothing to do with quarterbacks, but is worth talking about because they broke ground on a new stadium in Cleveland this week, and it looks like it's going to be pretty cool, except for one major mistake they're making with this thing, and I'll tell you exactly what it is next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Sports Group and our family, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the groundbreaking of the new Huntington Bank Field.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Dee Haslam at the groundbreaking for the new Browns Stadium the other day up near Cleveland. Thanks to clevelandbrowns.com for the audio. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Chris Mack with you on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser will jump in with me at the top of the hour. We'll get back into Celtics, Sixers, and what now in what's left of the Eastern Conference playoff field. We'll talk Western Conference later, and we'll preview the Game 7s tonight a little bit later. Jason Beatty of the Orlando Sentinel coming up in about 15 minutes. Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com in an hour and 15 minutes. And I want to ask Jimmy, we will talk Cavs Raptors, obviously, with Jimmy, but I want to ask him what the feeling is in Northeast Ohio about having this brand new stadium on the way that looks like it's going to be really cool in a bunch of different ways. It's built sort of below ground level. The concourses are going to be super wide. They're going to have minimal seating in the upper deck. Most of it will be on the first level. The dog pound end of the field, that the seats in that end zone will be pitched at a really high angle, so it'll feel like the crowd is on top of you, sort of like the one end of the Intuit Dome in LA. And teams have gotten much better about that over the years, just making it more intimidating with the hardcore fan section, right? Lots of cool things coming for the Browns' new Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland. But the one thing I can't push past that I want to ask Jimmy Watkins about later when he joins the show from Cleveland. How do Browns fans feel about putting a roof over their stadium? And not a retractable roof, mind you, which I have no problem with. A permanent roof over the Browns' new stadium in Cleveland. Why are we doing this? Why are we continuing to try and de-weatherize the NFL? Why? It is one of the best things about football that occasionally you've got to play in the elements. Look at the AFC Championship game. Occasionally you've got to deal with that. And for teams that are used to practicing in and playing in cold weather, it can be a great neutralizer as well. It can serve as part of your home field advantage. If you're a cold weather team and the Dolphins are coming to visit, certainly not this year, not a playoff team, but the Dolphins are coming to visit for an important game in late December or a playoff game in early January, we know what the track record is. It's not good. It's a home field advantage for these cold weather teams that they are now foregoing by putting permanent roof structures over their stadiums. And it drives me nuts. I'm sorry. I hate to be a boomer Gen Xer here, but I am a Gen Xer. So some of my favorite football memories growing up involved the elements. And look, I'm not going to sit here and argue that football is necessarily better when you've got sub-zero wind chills and snow coming down sideways, but it's a whole hell of a lot more fun to watch. In Buffalo, they missed it on the other side. The new Highmark Stadium will be totally open air, no roof of any kind. So you'll still get the snow wreaking havoc in late season games. But I'd rather have that than the sterilized version of the NFL that we now have across almost half the league. 18 teams exist in what I would consider cold weather cities, okay? And after the construction of these new stadiums in Cleveland, Buffalo, Chicago in the next few years, Kansas City in the next few years, both places are expected to have roofs as well. We will have 6 of those 18 cold weather teams playing under, not retractable, mind you, permanent roofs. Another 5 of them play on some sort of synthetic turf, which everybody in New York and northern New Jersey will tell you is not exactly healthy for the knees of players. How many injuries have we seen at MetLife because of the turf? that everyone agrees is crap. That means just 7 of those 18 teams, and just 7 teams in the league out of 32 play outdoors on grass in environments where late season weather can play a factor. Now, nobody wants it to be what it's been in Pittsburgh in recent years, where at least once a year the turf looks like garbage and it's just as dangerous as the terrible turf at a place like MetLife. But at least it's outdoors. At least it's in the elements. And each and every one of these owners in the NFL, even the cash poor ones, like the Rooneys in Pittsburgh, if they can afford, whether on their own or through the help of municipal benefactors, watch them taxes go up, kids. If they can afford to provide major renovations to existing stadiums or build new ones, they can afford to put some sort of structure over the top of their stadium if they want to, that can also open up to the elements. There's no reason that can't be a thing. Oh, you want to have a Taylor Swift concert on Tuesday, a Morgan Wallen concert on Thursday, and an NFL game on Sunday after a college game on Saturday? You can do all of it if you simply follow the lead of what they've done with soccer stadiums in Europe. I know it's more expensive. I know the NFL really doesn't give a rip about the fan experience in stadium anymore. They're much more focused on the fan experience at home, because that's where most of the money comes in, from those television rights fees. But can we think for just a moment about how we're driving fans away from the in-stadium, in-game experience on Sundays? If you're going to do everything you can by adding information on out-of-town scores and what your favorite fantasy players are doing on the ribbon boards and the jumbotrons during breaks, I think at the very least, the other thing you could do for the fans in stadium is still give them an experience that feels like they're going to a football game and not going to a soundstage somewhere or sitting in the middle of an empty Costco that's had green turf laid down on it. Because that's what the equivalent of some of these stadiums are. And again, credit to the designers in Cleveland for working on a bunch of different things that will make it a much more enjoyable experience than the existing Huntington Bank field. But if you were going to put a roof on the damn thing, at least make it retractable. And have some set rules around the NFL about when the roofs are allowed to be closed. Okay, temperatures are going to be below 20 degrees, we'll close the roof. Massive rainstorm predicted, close the roof. 8 inches of snow supposed to come in the second half, close the roof. If you really want to keep it somewhat sterilized, if you want to eliminate the most extreme of the weather elements, by all means, I'm cool with that. I'll live with it. But you can do all this. You can have quality natural grass surfaces that are maintained in a different way, just like they do in Europe for soccer. You can have a retractable roof. You can have your Taylor Swift concert on Tuesday, your Morgan Wallen concert on Thursday, your college football game on Saturday, and still have the NFL on Sunday, without completely and totally sterilizing the game that so many of us grew up watching in the elements. So they've gotten so much right about some of these newer modern stadiums, except the fact that they want to enclose everything permanently. That's not football. I'm sorry. It can be on a beautiful September Sunday afternoon when it's 65 or 70 degrees out and sunny. I have no problem with that. But it can also be that way in the middle of December when it's 30, 35. Think about the Jameis Winston Thursday night game beating the Steelers a couple years ago in Cleveland. And that post-game interview he gave. Or no, it was pre-game, actually. I mean, it was classic Jameis. I just want to thank the Lord for giving me the opportunity to play in the snow in Cleveland on a Thursday night in prime time. Every single one of these guys, regardless of whether they grew up in Florida or Texas or California or in Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania, still dreams of occasionally getting to play in those elements. And we as fans still hold close those memories of games in those elements. The more you sterilize the NFL, the more you suck the life out of those moments and those memories. And I hate permanent roof structures over NFL stadiums, just completely sterilizing everything. 2 huge Game 7s in the NBA later today. Can Detroit finish the comeback from down 3-1 against Orlando? In a back-and-forth matchup between Cleveland and Toronto, can the Cavs bounce back just 2 days later from the R.J. Barrett buzzer beater? We'll get into both of those games in great detail, continue to break down the Celtics falling at the hands of the Sixers at home in a Game 7. But coming up next, we dive into Orlando, Detroit specifically. Jason Beatty, who covers the Magic for the Orlando Sentinel, will join us right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Pistons have outscored Orlando 55-19. And Cunningham authored a 19-point fourth quarter. Absolutely stunning. They have faced elimination 2 consecutive times. The number 1 seed Pistons have come back to win. Now Game 7 Sunday in Detroit City.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Kevin Harlan on the call at the end of Game 6 on Prime as the Pistons authored a massive comeback to even the series up and send it back home for the chance to come back from down 3-1 in this series. Can they finish it off? Or did the Magic clean some things up defensively, get to some scoring, and do they hold off the 1-seed Pistons and pull off the upset in this series to move on to the Eastern Conference semifinals? We'll ask somebody who's been on the scene for every game of this series, and we'll be there in Detroit in just a few hours when Game 7 tips off. Jason Beatty, who covers the Magic for the Orlando Sentinel, joins us now right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack with you. Morning, Jason. I'll start with this. What's the mood like with the Magic after coming back to seemingly take control of Game 6, right? And then the Pistons bounce back. They go on a roll. Cade Cunningham, as Kevin Harlan mentioned there in the rejoin, going off in the fourth quarter. To have everything sort of out in front of them for a couple of games, not be able to close it out, and now have to go back to Detroit for Game 7. Are they feeling good about what they were able to do early in the series, or are there doubts in that room with Game 7 on the road in Detroit?
Well, certainly there was some shell shock, I thought, in the locker room after Game 6. Multiple players declined to speak to the media. There was just a lot of frustration. I think they were extremely pissed. Paolo Banchero didn't say much post-game. He did talk, credit to him. Desmond Bane also spoke, and the players we did talk to shared that they still believe that they can win this series. I mean, it's now down to 1 game. They've won on the road before. They took Game 1 here in Detroit, and they also felt like they had a good chance to win in Game 5 here in Detroit. Of course, when you lose a game like that, where you're up 22, 24 points on your home court, and you shoot one for 20 in the fourth quarter, and you miss 23 straight shots, certainly that's a jarring experience. But they feel confident. They believe that they can, certainly can't shoot much worse, right? But they feel, that they have a chance to win this series, to win this game today, because that's all it is, 1 game now.
You mentioned Desmond Bane. Let me start there. Can he be what he was in Games 3 and 4, where, he wasn't over 50% shooting in either game, but he was up over 20 points and maybe took some of the offensive pressure off of Paolo Banchero? This is what they went out and got Bane in the offseason for. Can he be that reliable number 2 who takes over maybe when Banchero isn't on the floor, or if Paolo continues? He's shot great volume, Banchero, but he also hasn't really hit over 50% at all in this series. Can Bane be the Robin to Banchero's Batman today?
They're going to need him to be. He shot much better at home than he did on the road so far in this series. But that can't impact the way he shoots today. I mean, they're not going to win a ton of games when he's shooting 3 for 9 from beyond the arc like he did in Game 6. And I think if he can get going early, finding his spots, finding the confidence, seeing the ball go through the hoop, like I said, just the way they shot so poorly, I think at some point when you miss 23 shots in a row as a team overall, probably by that 10th, 11th, 12th miss, it becomes mental almost at that point. I mean, it's almost remarkable to see the ball go through the hoop at that point. So certainly Desmond, I think he's had some trouble getting to the rim this series. He's had a few layups here and there early to help him get going, but I think it's going to be huge for him to knock some shots down early, see the ball go through the hoop from 3-point range, and that can go a long way. They don't need him to go, have a spectacular night, but they certainly need him to be that Robin to the Batman, like you said.
Have they been able, Jason, has Jamal Mosley been able to cook anything up to work around Asar Thompson? Because defensively, he's been the problem He's been all over the floor for Detroit in this series, and so many of these shots have been contested, which probably does account for the low field goal percentages we're seeing from Banchero in particular. Have they been able to cook anything up to get themselves some more open looks in Game 7?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked to Jamal. There wasn't shoot around this morning, but certainly after a Game 6 like that, where you saw in the second half, Orlando's offense just came to a complete halt. And I think a lot of people, rightfully so, were focused on the 23 shots missed. And you talk about, Orlando can't shoot the ball, and they shot so poorly in the fourth quarter especially. But a lot of that did have to do with Detroit's defense. I mean, they really turned up the heat. They put pressure on the ball. They didn't let them get into the paint. Orlando barely took any shots in the paint in the second half and settled for threes. And they need to get back to hitting singles, as I like to say, instead of going for the home run over and over again, because this is not a very good three-point shooting team, even though Desmond Bane is on it and Desmond Bane has provided some life there. One guy isn't enough. And I think when you have a defender like Asar Thompson, that he's going to cause problems for you. He's going to put pressure on you. And that's where when Orlando plays with pace and gets out in transition and makes quick decisions, they're at their best. But there's a tricky balance between playing with pace and playing chaotically. And when they play chaotically, that's where you see the live ball turnovers. But certainly when the ball's moving and they're moving without the ball, they're much better. And if they're able to do that rather than just everyone watching Paolo or everyone watching Desmond and getting unfavorable matchups with Asar Thompson, that's when you see the offense come to a halt, everything slows down, and you see bad shots at the end of the shot clock. So that's, certainly a motive for them today to avoid what happened in the fourth quarter and to get back to what worked well to go up 22 points.
Jason Beatty covers the Orlando Magic for the Orlando Sentinel, joins us here on BetMGM Game Day ahead of Game 7. Chris Mack with you on Westwood One Sports. How do they adjust, as I'm asking you about Jamal Mosley adjustments, how do they adjust? Is there any way to adjust to Cade Cunningham taking over games?
Yeah, it's really hard, especially without Franz Wagner. He'd been their primary defender on Cade the first 4 games, and now obviously he's missing Game 7 today with the right calf strain. You can't just say, well, we don't have Franz, there's no way to slow down Cade. I think putting more size on him, putting multiple defenders on him is dangerous, right? Because you have shooters like Duncan Robinson on the floor and whatnot that can take advantage of those, multiple defenders on one player situations. But certainly they miss Franz on the defensive end because a guy like Jamal Cain has the height, but he doesn't have the aggression and the size elsewhere. And I think one matchup that Detroit really exploited was when they switched Desmond Bane onto Cade. It was extremely easy for Cade Cunningham to score. So if you do get switched on to Desmond Bane, you're going to have to send another defender his way. And that's what worked so well the first 4 games is when you had Franz Wagner on Cade, he could handle him. And then when you switched Wendell Carter, you could use Jalen Suggs as defensive roamer, and that's where you saw him, picking off passes and making it difficult for Asar Thompson on offense. But without Franz, you don't have that luxury. So it's going to take multiple defenders at times. It's going to take, playing physical, playing aggressive, and bringing it to Cade and making his life as difficult as possible. But it's going to be tough because obviously Cade is capable of a special performance.
If they're able to get through today, Jason, what is the prognosis for Wagner going forward? Would he be available for the second round against Cleveland or Toronto?
Well, certainly I wouldn't rule it out. I would also be surprised, let's say, if they win today and there's a Game 1 on Tuesday, which is the way the schedule would work out. I wouldn't expect him to be available in that one just because he really hasn't done much since then. And I think there's a few different reasons for that. Number one, you don't mess around with calf strains in today's NBA. We've seen it time and time again. Guys try and play on or play through a calf strain, and it leads to a torn Achilles. So they're not going to, jeopardize his future, their future for, 1 game, 2 games here. They're going to make sure that he recovers the right way and takes time. But he still really hasn't done anything on the court. We've still seen him in a walking boot in Game 6 on the bench. And look, the Magic are always going to lean on the side of precaution. He missed 50 games in the regular season because of a left high ankle sprain, and this is now a right calf strain. So there's definitely some doubt in my mind whether or not he returns at all, but I wouldn't rule it out because, they are giving him around-the-clock treatment, and it's just going to take time, really.
Before we let you run, Jason, I got to ask, regardless of how Game 7 goes today, what is the feeling in Orlando from fans especially, and maybe with inside the organization as well, about how they've built this thing and how good they feel about things going forward into next year? I imagine, obviously, a win, Paolo goes off, maybe a 40-burger again, they're going to feel much better. But just based on what we've seen through the first round of the playoffs, how good do they feel about the construction of this thing going forward into the fall?
Yeah, I think everything is going to be under evaluation, even if they do find a way to win. I mean, there's obviously noise around the job security of Jamal Mosley. We've seen a decline in bench production this season. That was a strong suit of Orlando a couple of years ago. So there's going to be some roster manipulation that's needed to be done. There's a lot of money locked into their core four guys, of course, so it's not going to come through free agency. But certainly I think expectations have warped this entire season and have warped this series, quite frankly. I think a lot of people around the country had Orlando getting to the conference finals, and they had to fight their way into the 8th seed, right, through 2 playing games, and yet they came up and went up 3-1, and people were saying that, well, it's no longer, an 8-1. It felt more like a 4-5 matchup, really, and yet here we are on Game 7, it's 3-3. So, expectations have completely changed things. I think, obviously, even if they lose today, they're going to be proud of the way they fought, proud of the way they played, and to even get to this point to get into the playoffs, because a lot of teams would have folded if they had an out like that in an elimination game in the play-in tournament. So it hasn't been all bad this season, but it's definitely been turbulent. It's definitely been frustrating at times, but there's still been a lot of growth. And I think the other thing is they know that Desmond Bane has been everything they wanted and more when they made that trade last summer. So there are still a lot of pieces. They're still young. Paolo Banchero is still young, and they just need to find those margins of success. That's the difficult part about team building. They've done a good job with the core pieces, but it's a matter of adjusting on the margins and getting those guys that can help, go further deep in the playoffs.
Jason, great stuff. We appreciate your insight, man. Enjoy Game 7, however it goes, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Should be a fun one.
Absolutely. Jason Beatty covers the Magic for the Orlando Sentinel. Follow him on social media at The Real Beatty, Beede. And I think that's the interesting part. Expectations change, right? So, yeah, you're an 8 seed trying to become just the 7th, 8 seed to upset a 1 seed in NBA playoff history. But you've also built this thing to play more, as Jason put it there, like a 4 or 5 seed. And the backslide down the stretch into the play-in round made it feel like it was really vulnerable in Orlando. But then you jump out to a 3-1 lead, and they'll have a lot of question marks if they can't close it out, even as an 8 against a 1. Coming up next, we pull my buddy PJ Glasser into the remainder of the show. We get back into Celtics Sixers as Boston was eliminated last night. What's next for Philly going up against the Knicks? Coming up on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
tonight. Final 5 seconds. Pritchard's three off the mark. Rebound goes to Tyrese Maxey. And for the first time in franchise history, the Philadelphia 76ers have come back from 3-1 down. They take out the number 2 seed in the East, and the process is moving on to the second round. 109-100 your final.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
By God, that's Joel Embiid's music. The Sixers dispatch the Celtics in Boston in Game 7. Now what for both of them? We'll get into it in just a moment. Chris Mack with you on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser jumping in for the rest of the show as well. Noah Eagle with the call there on NBC last night, PJ. And I know it totally hosed your parlay that you had planned for the Game 7s this weekend in the NBA.
Sure did. It sure did, Chris. I know better. I normally am that guy who is always like, who's going to be the team that screws it up? It just looks too easy to parlay the Celtics with the Cavs, with the Pistons, and you get plus 120. I really just thought it was that easy, though. You know, I thought that maybe one of these underdogs, if not multiple, would give them close games. I thought there'd be games that come down to the wire. I just really liked all the favorites and all the home teams to take care of business. I put this parlay in, of course, early Saturday morning, and then Tatum is ruled out. And quickly, Boston's 7.5, 8.5 goes to 3.5. You watch the first quarter, and I quickly realize I'm in big trouble in this game. So it's unfortunate. As I was telling you guys, though, for people out there that didn't take that parlay and maybe want to do it today, you can parlay the Pistons with the Cavs and then San Antonio and OKC in Game 1 and get yourself an even money bet at plus 100. So who screws it up, Chris? Who's the underdog that screws it up today? That's going to be the big question. Are we going to have multiple underdogs that go on the road and win Game 7s in the NBA? We certainly could. But yeah, man, what a performance by Philadelphia last night. Embiid, I think, has just exceeded everybody's expectations coming back from injury, how great he has been. And how about Paul George turning back the clock, turning into the guy that Philly needed him to be and expected him to be when they signed him to that long-term contract. He's been awesome he was awesome in that series. His defense has been terrific. He's given him scoring. And then that backcourt of Maxey and Edgecombe has been terrific for Philadelphia. So I can't wait for that Knicks and Sixers series. I think it could go the distance. I think it's definitely going at least 6 games. The key, Chris, as always, with any Philadelphia series is going to be the health of the big fella. If Embiid's healthy and he plays like he has been the last 3 games, Philly absolutely can win that series. And he took some shots to that leg in that fourth quarter of that game last night. If he's not 100%, if he's got to miss time, then definitely big advantage for New York in that series.
Yeah, I want to get into the Sixers and Knicks in just a second. As for today in the Game 7s, I think Toronto screws it up if anybody does. Both the Cavs and the Pistons are favored by 8.5 today. You mentioned the Game 1s in the Western Conference being played over the next couple of days as well. Spurs, 13.5-point favorites over Minnesota. Thunder, 15.5-point favorites over the Lakers. The games are bigger. The crowds are louder. The excitement at a new level. To be a part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. All you got to do, activate that odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll get a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. As for the Game 7s today, we can save those conversations for maybe a little bit later in the show when we can dig into them. I want to go back to the Celtics for just a second before we talk about Sixers Knicks. Being a Boston sports fan right now, I laugh because I think anybody outside of New England gets great joy, great schadenfreude in watching Boston sports fans suffer the way they have. Not only is your football head coach in the midst of one of the wildest stories of the last several years in the NFL, your manager for the Sox has been fired. Your hockey team was just eliminated the other day by the upstart Buffalo Sabres, who hadn't won a series in forever. And now the Celtics, who it felt like a week ago, PJ, had just had the path laid right at their feet. Rose petals had been dropped at their feet. They were going to glide right into the NBA Finals through the rest of the Eastern Conference field, they're out now too. And being a Boston sports fan, they don't get – look, they've had way too much success. I'll just say it. Way too much success over the last 25 years. They deserve to feel some pain like the rest of us occasionally.
I mean, Chris, all these fans have seen their teams win titles, and like recently, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there'll be a lot of us that never see our teams win titles, let alone multiple titles. So, yeah, anytime Boston sports fans get to suffer and they get to feel pain, sign me up, because they have had way too much success for one fan base, especially in a recent amount of time. But like you said, what a rough stretch it's been for them. What a rough stretch it's been at TD Garden the last couple of nights. Bruins go home, Celtics go home, and both of those teams in their series each lost 3 home games. The Bruins did against the Sabres, and the Celtics lost 3 times on their home floor. So pretty nuts. Then, of course, you got the Red Sox, who a lot of people thought could be good this year in the American League. That isn't happening. They got rid of Cora. They have no coaching staff. And then the Vrabel debacle. And I think a lot of us expect for them to have kind of that Super Bowl slump after making a surprise run to the Super Bowl this past season. So, yeah, welcome, Boston sports fans. This is what it's like for the rest of us, for a majority, for all of us having to deal with this suffering for a lot of our teams. But Boston moving forward, Chris, I think a lot of us looked at that team when they won their title like, oh, you know, Tatum, Brown, this next decade. There's really no kind of new top dog in the East. Like, it feels like the East is going to run through the Celtics for the foreseeable future. Tatum has the injury against the Knicks. Even before that, it didn't look like they were really going to win the East or win the title or win that series last year. And now after losing this series to Philly, and if Tatum plays last night, maybe they win, maybe they don't, who knows. It's going to be an interesting offseason in Boston because it feels like watching that team, whether they have to change the philosophy and the way they go about it and how they just jack up too many threes, or they have to try and go out and get another star to go along with Tatum or Brown, or maybe they got to really think about trading one of those guys away. They got to build the depth in the offseason, something. But it just doesn't feel like the last few years this Boston team has been as dominant as they should going into the playoffs. And Chris, at the time when they won that championship, remember, we were all saying it was like the easiest path ever for a team to win a title that any of us could imagine. With the path that they went through in the East, they dealt with Miami in the first round. Jimmy Butler was hurt. Then they had Indiana in the Western Conference Finals that year, in the Eastern Conference Finals, and Boston was fortunate to win like 3 of those 4 games, and then they get Dallas in the finals when they make quick work of them. So it was definitely a down year, the year that they won the title, and all of us were kind of like, they won it, good for them, but it was definitely an easy year than most. And now you've seen really the years since that, how much they've struggled to just get back to the finals and get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's going to be an interesting offseason for Boston, and the landscape of the East all of a sudden, now it might kind of run through like New York or Philly for the next few years. Again, you always have to wonder about Embiid and the health, but I think a lot of people are looking at that Knicks-Sixers series, Chris, as the de facto Eastern Conference final. Winner of that will go to the finals. And then you almost have to look at that series of that team being kind of the new top dog in the East. Whoever wins that series, that's going to be the team that people are gunning for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I said that before you jumped on, PJ. It feels like this upcoming Sixers-Knicks series is the de facto Eastern Conference Finals. And I think in Boston, the one thing I would say is don't overreact. I know, look, it's got to be a massive disappointment to losing, especially losing a 3-1 series lead for the first time in franchise playoff history. But I do think the focus needs to be on finding a big man inside. If that's your offseason focus, if that's the one thing you drill down on, Brad Stevens and the Celtics brass, I think, will have a productive offseason. We'll see where that goes. As for the Knicks and Sixers, I think what's nice is, as a Gen Xer who likes to wax nostalgic about late 80s and early to mid 90s hoops in the NBA, it's nice to see the story of the big man, whether it's the Celtics having to go out and find one this offseason, or what I think will be the key to this series between Philly and New York. The big man is the key. You mentioned Embiid. And can Karl Anthony Towns step up the way he did in the first round? I don't want to say that's the series for me, because certainly, Maxey could take over a couple games. Brunson could do the same. But I think it's the battle of the big men. And if Embiid stays healthy, like you said, those 2 shots to the knees late in last night's game made me wonder what Embiid is good, if he's going to be fully 100% going to New York. But if Embiid can outduel Towns, then I think the Sixers have a shot.
Yeah, Embiid's just like a magnet for pain. It's like, how can that guy, possibly the one that's consistently finds himself getting just like fluke injuries to the leg off of rebounds and missed shots and those kinds of things? You're right, though. It's going to come down to the big men. And what I love is the fact that Cat and Embiid do not like each other. So Not only do you have 2 of the best big men in the league, but they're not fans of one another, which is going to be really fun. Chris, I mean, those 2 teams matched up a couple years ago, and if people remember when the Sixers played the Knicks, all those games were right down to the wire. All those games, it felt like, came down final 5 minutes, final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, and you look at the way that Philly's playing, the confidence that they have right now, and the Knicks in a position where they're favored, and everybody's expecting them to get to the next round. Think about how that went against Indiana last year when, Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Final. They got by Boston. They have this kind of surprise story in Indiana. They should be able to take care of them, and we know how that ended up going. So the Knicks should be favored. They have home court. I think they're the better team. But with Embiid back, it just feels like Philly's found something. And Nick Nurse is one of the better coaches in the NBA. I'm very excited for that series, Chris. I'll take the Knicks to win it, but I really think it's going 7 games. So I'll go Knicks in 7 for my early series prediction in that one.
Yeah, and 7.5 points on game 1 feels a little heavy. But the Knicks it's hard to dispatch with, I think, for the average everyday sports fan or even a hardcore basketball fan. It's hard to dispatch from your brain the way the Knicks just rolled Atlanta in those final 3 games. I'm not even just talking about Thursday night and winning by 50. I'm talking about a combined margin of victory in the last 3 games. It was like 96 points or something like that. They just rolled Atlanta. And the Hawks effectively threw in the towel very early in that game 6 when things got out of hand. The Sixers are going to put up more of a fight, but it's hard to get that out of your head and to not imagine if the Knicks continue to roll like that. I will say it's going to be very different, like we talked about with Embiid, if he's healthy and in the middle. Both of these teams are built off of the dribble drive penetration of their guards, right? Which is another thing as a Gen Xer I love to wax nostalgic of guards attacking the hoop and big men cleaning up the glass. And it's going to be a little bit of a throwback series, I think, in that regard. You mentioned all the close games the last time they met in the playoffs. 7.5 just feels way too much for game 1. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Sixers go in there and steal game 1, and this thing will still go a good 7 games.
I'm with you. I'm kind of thinking about betting the Sixers on the money line in game 1, to be honest with you, Chris, because I think it's going to be one of those games where if the Sixers cover, they just win outright. And if the Knicks win, they're going to cover, and they're going to win by double digits. I expect most of the games in this series to be pretty close. I don't think game 1 is going to be that way because you look at the way the Knicks played against the Hawks. Again, felt like every win that they had was a blowout. And every time that they lost as a favorite, they didn't cover as a favorite, they just lost outright. And, game 7, normally when a team's coming off a 7-game series, they get a game 7 win. You want to fade them if they have to go on the road for game 1. I just kind of feel like Philly's just going to ride that momentum. They're going to come out of the gates hot, a lot of confidence. And again, with the Knicks being in this spot, where everybody kind of agrees, like, if they can't do it this year and get to the finals, like, when are they going to do it? That's the kind of game I want. I almost feel like the Knicks are better when they kind of have some pressure under them, right? Their best performance was game 4, where their best performance was game 6. But game 4 was when the season was on the line and they were down 2-1. They had to show up. They did. They come back home. People were like, okay, are they going to take care of business? They did. And then it was like back to Atlanta for game 6 and they steamroll them. Now coming into game 1, again, Chris, everybody that same thought process. They look so dominant in their last 3 games, new series. I think the Knicks are going to probably take care of business. These are the kind of games where I like to fade New York. So I think I'm going to take a piece of some Sixers money line in game 1 for sure.
The other side of the Eastern Conference bracket definitely feels softer. A Game 7, though, a couple of Game 7s later today, including tonight in Cleveland between the Cavs and the Raptors. Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com going to join us in about 25 minutes to preview that one. But coming up next, man, CBS going unlimited, or at least that's the report. Russell Wilson to CBS, that's a possibility. And it got us to thinking about some of our favorite analysts and play-by-play guys. A good old-fashioned BetMGM Game Day draft. We will pick our favorite NFL broadcasters, see if you agree with our takes, and we'll get into it next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, you gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
It never gets old. Russell Wilson's Mr. Unlimited video from a few years back. And there are reports out there that Russ could be headed to TV. I made a very personal plea and appeal, filling in for Nick Costos on You Bet earlier this week, to Russ to just walk away, do no further harm to his Hall of Fame resume, go hang out with his super hot wife, and doing TV on the side is a great thing to add to the mix. Sounds like he could be headed to CBS to replace Matt Ryan on the NFL Today. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports and Odyssey apps, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. Top of the hour, we'll talk about some actual football. Tyler Dragon of USA Today will join us. And in about 17 minutes, Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com to preview Game 7 of Cavs Raptors. But it got me to thinking about our favorite NFL broadcasters, PJ, because we all have our favorite voices that we think do the best job. And so we like to do drafts and power rankings. We'll do power rankings later, actually. But I thought, why not a good old-fashioned BetMGM Game Day draft of our favorite NFL broadcasters? Are you up for this?
Oh, man, I think it's a great idea. And what I love is that it's subjective, so we obviously might have different play-by-play guys that we like the best, or sideline reporters or whatever. So I'm excited for this.
I also like that our board op Grant has been very detailed on the specs for this thing. Like he's knee deep in research right now. His draft board is deep and very specific. So let's get right into it. You can see it on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. Search BetMGM tonight. We got the draft board up there. PJ, we will snake through this. So you get first overall pick, and then you'll have to wait a bit. Go ahead.
Chris, this wasn't like Fernando Mendoza with the Raiders at 1. I had to take some time. I was going back and forth on who would be the number 1 overall pick. I'm going to settle, though, when you think football and you think NFL, boom, you got to go with John Madden. Number 1 pick, booth analyst. I mean, the video game's now named after him. When he was on a call with the game, whether it was with Pat Summerall, Al Michael, you knew it was a big game. So got to go John Madden, number 1 pick, and he will be my booth analyst.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we need a play-by-play, a color commentator, booth analyst, a studio host, and a studio analyst, and we'll throw in sideline reporter as well. I mean, that's the obvious first overall pick. I don't think you can go wrong there. So that's a home run right out of the gate. And I'm going to go, this is probably a reach, and you guys can debate whether you think this fills the role or not. But I spend 7 hours with this man every Sunday during the fall. And I know he's not a traditional studio host, but I'm telling you, if you put this man on a desk with a bunch of analysts, he would crush it. My man, the voice of NFL Red Zone, Scott Hansen, is my first overall pick. Or my first round pick. Yeah.
It's a good one. That is a good one. I like that.
Zach, you're up. Who do you got first?
Okay, I'm going to go with a studio host, and this guy, he's been doing it a long time. He's still doing it for ESPN. Give me Chris Berman. There's nothing better than NFL primetime when the slate on Sunday wraps up. I can't get enough. Give me Boomer with my top pick.
Love that. That's who I was going back and forth with, Chris. It was John Madden. It was Chris Berman. I mean, 1A, it's synonymous. You can't go wrong with either guy. I think that's a great pick.
That is super solid. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Grant, your first and second round pick, since we're going snake style. Don't screw this up. You got the double pick here.
All right, I won't screw this up. I'll go ahead and get my play-by-play and color commentator out of the way. So I'm going to go for my play-by-play, the voice of NBC football, Mike Tirico. And then for my color commentator, probably my personal favorite, who's in the game right now, I'm going to go Greg Olson.
That's another great one, too.
Okay. I had both those written down. Both good ones.
Yeah, that's a solid play-by-play team right there, Grant. So props to you. Tirico and Olson. Zach, your second pick. You've already got your studio host in Chris Berman.
Yeah, so I already have my studio host out of the way, so why not pair him with a studio analyst, a guy that he worked with really for a long time, Tom Jackson. I mean, there's nothing better
So
than
I,
NFL prime time. That duo, nothing beats it. Give me TJ with my number 2 pick.
Oh, that's such a great call.
so good. And the fact that he's got them together, I mean, that's well done. That's well done.
Snagged him right before I was going to take him, to be honest. So, yeah, I feel like the Steelers and Mekhi Lemon right now. Good job, Zach. All right, for my second round pick, I'm going to go with a play-by-play guy. And again, I'm going a little off the board. Maybe I'm reaching, but I'm not going to sit around and wait to see if this guy goes later. And he calls everything, and he does a fantastic job at everything, but he also calls the NFL. The man, Jason Benetti, is going to be my play-by-play guy. That's who I'm going with in the second round.
Love that. I mean, Benetti's as good as it gets. Guy calls about just about everything. So,
yeah,
really good pick
like
there.
I'm pretty sure I turned on Slippery Stairs on the Ocho the other day, and Benetti was doing that and doing a great job.
Yep.
He does it all.
Yep. He sure does. Love that. All right, I'll go with the studio host for my second pick, and I'll take Rich Eisen, who's been doing it a long time. Staple over there at NFL Network. Guy does the draft. I mean, he does the combine. He's with you every Sunday. He does it all. Rich, one of the best. So I'll take him as my studio host. And then I'll go play-by-play. Got a lot of good options, but just to me, there's nothing better than Kevin Harlan on the call. There's that voice. Does so many sports, but I'll take Harlan as my play-by-play guy.
I mean, we played an NBA clip of his in the first hour, PJ, before you jumped in. It's just every single moment.
Yeah.
And then even the off-script moments, like some of the best streakers across the field during primetime games are Harlan giving the radio call of that right here on Westwood One Sports, and he just crushes it every single time. So that's a can't miss pick. I've got my studio host. I've got my play-by-play guy. I need a strong studio analyst, and people are going to call me homers for this. You can do that if you want. I think he's going to do a great job at his new gig. Mike Tomlin is my studio analyst.
Okay, I like that. Hasn't even done it yet, but we're already picking him, and I agree with you. I think he's going to be really strong. So I like that pick.
All right, Zach, you're up. You've got Chris Berman and Tom Jackson, so I think you may have already won this draft.
I was considering taking Mike Tomlin. I don't even know if he would have qualified considering, he's made his one appearance, which I thought went well, by the way. I'm really looking forward to seeing him. I'm going to go with my play-by-play guy next. I think PJ made a great call with Kevin Harlan. I was considering him, but I had one of two options, so I'm going to keep the hits coming. Give me Al Michaels. I know he's past his prime on Thursday Night Football, but I don't care. When you hear his voice, it sounds like a big game. You know it's going to be a big game. Give me Al as my play-by-play guy.
That's a great call. All right, Grant, we're back around to you. You've already got your play-by-play booth set with Tirico and Olsen. You gotta find a sideline or some studio analysts here. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna knock out the studio right here with my two picks. When PJ went with somebody that is no longer with us, I thought of something similar. I'm gonna choose for my studio host Greg Gumbel, who is just steady as they come and one of the greatest voices in the studio. Started out as a studio host, and then he's done play-by-play as well. So one of those guys like Mike Tirico that can do both. And then for my studio analyst, I'm going to stay steady. I need my wide receiver twos right here. I need those wide receiver twos for these studios. And I'm going to go with Howie Long, one of the steadiest guys that that just knows the game inside and out. So I'm going to go Gumbel and Howie Long for my next two picks.
That's some strong work with pulling the Greg Gumbel in the third round. That's impressive, Grant. Zach, what do you got? You've got Chris Berman and Tom Jackson back in the studio. You got Al Michaels on play-by-play. You're crushing this thing so far. What's next?
I'm going to go with my booth analyst next, and this was another tough one, picking between two guys that are really good. But I'm going to go with the guy that we haven't seen in a booth in a while, and maybe it's just because I miss him, but give me John Gruden as my booth analyst. When he was on Monday Night Football in his peak, I don't think there was anyone better. It's been a while. Maybe I just miss him, but give me John Gruden as my booth analyst.
Gruden and Michaels together would be fantastic.
That would be good. Those
conversations would really quickly devolve into just chaos and nonsense. and I think it would be fantastic. That's a great call. All right, I've got Jason Benetti on play-by-play. I've got Scott Hansen and Mike Tomlin back in the studio. I need a color commentator or a sideline reporter. I'm going to go color commentator. He's somewhat new to the job just in the last few years, but I think he's challenging Greg Olson as the best active color commentator in the NFL. J.J. Watt is my pick for color commentator in the booth, PJ.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, Watt's been he was very good, and I think he's only going to get better. So that's a good call with JJ Watt in the booth. All right, so I'm wrapping my team up with a studio analyst and a sideline reporter. I'll start with a sideline reporter because none of us have given out any of those yet. So I'll take Aaron Andrews, my top one. Doing it a long time. EA, I mean, as respected as it gets, and has been the lead for ESPN, Fox, and just about every network that she's on. So I'll take Aaron Andrews as my sideline reporter. And then for my studio analyst, I'm actually going to go with one of my personal favorites. I don't know if he was on your guys' list at all, but I love when Mike Ditka was doing the studio analyst for ESPN. You couldn't understand half the things he was saying. They had the stop it segment, and he'd chew that wad of bubble gum. I think it was awesome. And, Ditka, obviously, that's one of the all-timers in the NFL. So I always enjoyed when Ditka was on, and he was part of that ESPN studio. So he'll be my analyst to go along with Rich Eisen.
That's a great call, PJ. I love that. Rich Eisen and Mike Ditka back in the studio, tossing it out to John Madden, Kevin Harlan, and Aaron Andrews on the call. That's a solid team. My final pick, I need a sideline reporter. I'm going to go with trusty, reliable, been doing it at multiple outlets for years now and doing a great job. I'm going Melissa Stark, going all the way back to the Sunday Night Football days on NBC. So she'll be my sideline reporter. That's where I'm going with my final pick. Zach?
I need a sideline reporter as well, and I'm going to follow Grant's lead, taking someone who unfortunately is no longer with us, but a legend. Give me Tony Saragusa. I mean, when I think of sideline reporters, that's a guy, he just did it differently. Like, he was in the most obscure places. He would either be in the crowd or online getting food on the roof of the stadium. Like, this guy was all over the place. I miss him. R.I.P. Give me the goose.
Good call.
Just showing up on The Sopranos randomly from time to time. That's a great call. All right, Grant, you get Mr. or Mrs. Irrelevant in our broadcaster draft. You've already got Tirico and Olsen on the call with Greg Gumbel and Howie Long back in the studio. Wrap it up strong with a sideline reporter.
I'm kind of kicking myself now because I'm going to pick Jenny Taft, the All-American girl. And as I realized, as I was picking that, none of us selected Gus Johnson, who is probably one of the best voices in the game right now. And I'm kicking myself, but Tirico is still great. I love Tirico. Anytime I turn on Sunday Night Football and hear his voice, it's a great game. You're in for a good game. But when we think of college football voices, and we just think football voices entirely, it's Gus Johnson. But I will say Jenny Taft is probably one of the best sideline reporters in the game, and I'm happy with my pick with sideline reporter.
He's got run away from the cop speed. Just classic Gus Johnson. That is a miss by all of us. That's an important. But I'll be honest. I'm not even going to rate my own draft the best. I think I did all right, but Zach's, I think, just absolutely smacks.
Agreed. I think Zach's is the fact he got Boomer and TJ back together again in the studio. I mean, that's like inside the NBA stuff. That's like what we grew up with. I mean, that's just nostalgia. So that's tough to beat. And then Michaels and Gruden, I'm with you. That contrast, I think, would be so fun in the booth. And Saragusa was such a good pull. I didn't even think about him or consider him. But as soon as Zach said it, I can just go back and think of him calling those games on the sideline. So Zach, well done, sir. I agree. I think that's the best one.
Yeah, I think I'm firing my GM after this draft, which would also be me, unfortunately. But great job. As it sounds like Russell Wilson could be headed to CBS, and we've drafted our favorite broadcast teams here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Back into the actual football at the top of the hour with OTAs getting underway in some spots, mini camps right around the corner, training camp not too far off in the distance now. Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, will join us at the top of the hour. We previewed one Game 7 earlier. We preview the other one next. Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com to talk Cavs Raptors next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Michael Grady on Amazon Prime the other night as R.J. Barrett hit the 3 in overtime to force a Game 7 in the Raptors series with the Cleveland Cavaliers. A couple big Game 7s. You want to get in on the action. The games are bigger, crowds louder, more excitement than ever. Be a part of it when you bet with boosted odds inside the BetMGM app. Activate that odds boost token now for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll get a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off today with BetMGM. We previewed Magic Pistons earlier, the other Game 7 on that side of the Eastern Conference bracket tonight in Cleveland as the Cavs take on the Raptors. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. We bring in Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com to preview it. Follow him on social media at JimmyWatkins95. And this has been a wild back and forth series, Jimmy, with really it feels like the action escalating. We've been climbing this mountain as we climb through all 6, now 7 games of this series. And just your feel for how the Cavs are responding or maybe not responding as they get ready for Game 7 after going to OT and losing in Toronto on Friday night.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me. I would say that this has been a series that the Raptors have made energy more important than skill, and I don't think the Cavs have handled that well, frankly. You look at these rosters on paper, the Raptors can't shoot. The Raptors should be struggling to score for most of the series. The Cavs have all the headline names at the beginning of it, but they're not. It hasn't played out that way. The Raptors are guarding James Harden and Donovan Mitchell for 94 feet at all times, and that is wearing on them in these games. You can see it with James and Donovan just sort of tapping out of possessions, swinging the ball to somebody else, and then standing and being a spectator when it works. You know, when Dennis Schroeder's going off in Game 5 and Evan Mobley has it going, and Donovan and James can just stand there and get face guarded and let their teammates play 4-on-4, that's great. When those guys aren't hitting and you tend to need your best players to be engaged in Game 7, you can't count on Dennis Schroeder's all the time in a Game 7. It looks different. That's what happened in Game 6. They didn't get enough from Donovan and James in regulation, and particularly in those first 3 quarters, and that's why this game that's why they fell behind by 15 points, and it was too little too late with their comeback attempt. And frankly, the 2 best players in this series, you could argue, have been Scotty Barnes and R.J. Barrett. R.J. Barrett leads the series in scoring, and in entering Game 6, he led it in rebounding. R.J. Barrett, no All-Star appearances, no max contract, no sneaker deal, no cool nickname like Donovan and James. The guy's just working harder for his buckets, and that's something that's been a huge differentiator in this series. I would think tonight, home court advantage. The Cavs have been a different team home and away in this series. I would think that they close this out, but this team has lost a lot of benefit of doubt and trust from its fan base and anyone else who's watching them in this series. It's total coin flip to me.
Jimmy, you mentioned it. They've been such a different team home and away. Before the series started, I picked Cavs in 7. I thought the home team would win every game. It reminded me of the Cavs-Orlando series from a couple years ago when the same thing happened. There's just something about this Cleveland team since Mitchell's come over where, like you said, man, the going from home to road, they're just completely different. Like, what is it about the team? If you had to pinpoint it to a couple different things, why do you think they're so much better at home than they are on the road and really struggled to win games away from Cleveland?
Yeah, since Donovan got there, by the way, they are 4 and now 11 in road playoff games, and 2 of those wins were against the 10 seed Miami Heat last year, which is statistically the worst team to ever make the playoffs. So this is a big problem. It has been since Donovan got here, since they've been making playoff runs with this team. Their average point differential entering the last night in those games, right, I believe was around -8. So it's not just that they play play worse on the road. They tend to lose comfortably on the road. And I would say that it's just all the concerns that we have about this team in this era magnified on the road. It's how do you respond to adversity? Well, you tend to hit a little bit more adversity on the road. It's not just a 7-0 run. It's a 7-0 run with 20,000 people screaming in your face about it, right? The other team plays with a little bit more juice at home. Physicality question has been discussed ad nauseum with this team. The Raptors are bringing it up again with, Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. Evan Mobley's been excellent the last 2 games in this series. Jared Allen brought it physically the other night, but there have been times in this series where those two have been outplayed by 6'7" rookie forward Colin Murray-Boyles, who's playing heavy center minutes for the Raptors in this series. And the Raptors, the Pacers before them, the Magic before them have all tested this mental fortitude that the Cavs say that they are learning from. They always say experience is the best teacher in those situations. Well, the Cavs have all this experience now in these difficult playoff series, and yet over and over and over again, they seem to let go of the rope in some of these road playoff games. It's whatever it is, whatever you want, whatever playoff buzzword you want to use about this team, whether it's intensity or force or physicality, what have you, that seems to leave them, particularly on the road, and that's what I would put my finger on when we're talking about that.
Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com with us, getting ready for Game 7, Cavs-Raptors tonight. Winner goes on to face either Detroit or Orlando in the second round, who will have their Game 7 this afternoon. You mentioned the home-road disparity, Jimmy. It exists all the way out through James Harden as well, who's gone over 20 points in each of the 3 home games in this series, under 20 in each of the 3 road games. Just in general, what's the feeling in Cleveland amongst fans, amongst those who watch every single one of the Cavs games, about whether Harden was the right add at the deadline or not?
It's been your typical James Harden honeymoon phase to start, right? This happens with every team that he goes to. He shows up, reminds everybody why he's a former MVP and made so many All-NBA teams, and he's a top 75 player of all time. He got here. He immediately developed incredible pick-and-roll chemistry with Jared Allen, who had the best month of his career as James Harden arrived. He lifted the Cavs offense. They were one of the best offenses in the NBA from the time that they made the trade to the end of the regular season. People had hope. And by the way, this is true, that he would stabilize the Cavs lineups when Donovan Mitchell isn't on the floor. Darius Garland, in his time here, could never stabilize those lineups. They were always net negatives. They've been a net positive in this series, even with James, even though we know his playoff history is checkered and he's had some up and down games. The Cavs are positive when James Harden's on the court in the series. They are negative when Donovan Mitchell's on the court in this series. All that being said, days like today are why you get players like James Harden, and days like today are probably the day where you trust James Harden the least. In Game 6s and 7s in Houston, he was 27 points per game, 38% shooting, 6 assists per game. He was approaching those as like superstar, I got to go, 20 shots per game. I got to go. That's how James Harden approached those Game 7s in Houston. Even if he had a bad shooting night, the ball was going up, right? Since he left Houston, he has made a marked change in his game. He's become more of a traditional point guard. And when the series is on the line, you just get a completely different James Harden. Game 6s and 7s. Since he left Houston, the Houston sample is 10 games. Since he left Houston, it's 9 games, so it's about even. It's 16 points per game. It's 10 assists per game, and it's 13 shots per game. That's 7 fewer shots per game. James Harden was asked after Game 6 about, Game 7, do you and Donovan need to do more? And he said, no, not necessarily. He said, superstars don't necessarily need to score 30 points every game. And he was even balking at the idea of, a Game 7 do or die nature. He was saying that the media makes that a bigger deal than it is. Like, you guys are the ones that call it a Game 7. Like, what are we talking about? He's just, his entire career, as great of a player as he's been, these are the moments that define him. It's Game 7 in Philly when he takes less than 10 shots and tells reporters after the game that, the ball didn't find him. He touches the ball on every possession. He dictates who the ball is supposed to find, right? So that's what would make me nervous as a Cavs fan today, is that one of the two guys that my season and, frankly, the future of my franchise, if they lose this game, every single change is on the table, depends on, is a dude who is cool passing the rock in these situations. When you can make the right plays, and there's, James averages 10 assists in these spots. They will need his playmaking as well. But if this game looks like any of the last couple, they're going to need him down the stretch, and they're going to need him to be more assertive than he has been.
Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com. Great stuff, man. We appreciate the insight. I went on a giant rant in the first hour of the show about how I don't like the idea of a roof on the Browns' new stadium, Jimmy. So in a word, a simple yes or no, because we only got like 30 seconds. Are you a fan of a roof on the Browns' new stadium?
It's wrong for AFC North football teams to play inside. I agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
The great Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com. Enjoy Game 7 today, man.
Appreciate it. You guys too.
Follow Jimmy,
Thanks, Jimmy.
on social media at JimmyWatkins95. I know there's a Game 7 in Cleveland, but I had to get that in, PJ. It's just absolute blasphemy that there's going to be a roof on the Browns' new stadium.
Jimmy knows. Chris, we all feel the same way. I'm a Ravens fan. You're a Steelers fan. Jimmy obviously covers the Browns. I'm sure he knows very well. We don't play with roofs on our stadiums. You know, they can do that in the NFC North with the Lions and the Vikings. And I don't know if the Bears' new stadium is going to have one. We don't do that in the AFC North. We play outside.
Yeah, it's football. It's supposed to be in the elements. Great stuff from Jimmy, though, on James Harden, though. Like, I hate to make it all about one guy, but whether Mitchell has a strong game or not, PJ, if Harden shows up in a major way, shoots better than 50%, goes over 20, I think that's your prescription for a Game 7 win and moving on to the second round.
Chris, if I gave you over under 30 and a half field goal attempts for Donovan Mitchell today, would you go over or under?
Under. I think we get more from Harden.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that Game 6, Game 7 through line, that thread that Jimmy Watkins just mentioned, might hold up for James Harden when he's got the series and the season in his hands. Back to the actual football on the field. We get ready for OTAs and minicamps with Tyler Dragon of USA Today next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. Welcome back into BetMGM Gameday here on Westwood One Sports. Always live inside that Westwood One Sports app, as well as your Odyssey app, and across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375, 310-840-4910 to jump into the conversation if you'd like to. We'll get into baseball in a little more detail before 2 Eastern, so within the next 45 minutes or so, but just a little bit of an update for those of you out there that keep an eye on the Minnesota Twins, who are already having a difficult time through the first month plus of the season, 14-20, coming into today's game against the Blue Jays. Starter Joe Ryan left after 9 pitches, PJ. Some discomfort. They had the trainer come out, and he's off the mound already. So things were not going well in Minnesota to begin with, and now you could be losing Joe Ryan, it would look like, for a while.
Yeah, that's not ideal for the Twins, who are 14-20 on the season. The American League as a whole, Chris, is just a mess. I mean, outside of the Yankees and the Rays, everybody else is pretty much just hovering around 500, or they're 5, 6, 8 games below. The Twins are one of those teams. Ryan's one of their few bright spots, been a good pitcher for the last couple of years, so losing him, not ideal for Minnesota.
Meanwhile, in the National League, you got a ton of teams over 500, especially in the Central. And one guy in particular looks like he might be heating up after a slow debut. We'll get into that a little bit later here on BetMGM Game Day. 1 hour from now, we will power rank the worst NFL quarterback rooms as it stands right now. Because top of the show, we talked a little bit about Todd Monken trying to navigate that situation in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson, all the money he's being paid, and Shedeur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel, and Taylor Green. I mean, it's just a raft of quarterbacks in Cleveland. But we'll see if they show up on our power rankings of the worst NFL quarterback rooms. And we will get into the NFL shortly with Tyler Dragon of USA Today, who covers the league as a whole. Let's pivot, though, to those other Game 7s that are happening today, PJ. We just got done talking to Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com. That's the nightcap, I guess, if we want to call it that. Tips around 7 Eastern, 7:30 Eastern tonight. The early game, Magic and Pistons, Game 7 in Detroit. And it feels to me, anyway, I don't know how you're looking at this series. It feels to me like the Magic missing not once but twice on their opportunity to close this thing out. I don't know if they recover. I had Jason Beatty on the show in the first hour, and he said it was just a quiet locker room after Game 6. Like, you could sense the tension and the disappointment. A lot of guys didn't talk to the media, including Paolo Banchero, who spoke very briefly. I just get the sense that this Magic team may have run out of gas. They looked like it at times down the stretch in the regular season. I don't know if they have enough to get up for a Game 7 on the road and fight off the Pistons, who would complete the comeback from down 3-1.
Yeah, so Chris, I had the Magic in Game 6 plus 3.5, and that one was just an all-timer. You go from turning the game off to then Detroit's making their run and like, okay, guys, let's not make this sweat, and all of a sudden it goes from, oh wow, they're going to lose the game to, oh wow, they're not even going to get close to covering the spread. So that was a real fun one, watching that game on Friday. So you know what I did? I came back and I bet Orlando again today in Game 7. The reason being, I haven't heard like anybody that likes the Magic today in this game. Not a single person. I understand the way that Game 6 went, going 4 for 37 in the second half and 1 for 20 in the fourth quarter, missing your last 23 shots from the field. There isn't a lot to like from the Magic from what you just saw. The reason I like them in this game, though, I think they're the better team, Chris. And I feel like for a majority of the series, they have played like the better team. As you mentioned, they were up 3-1 in the series. And if you think about 2 of the wins that the Pistons have had in this series, in Game 2 and in Game 6, They had insane runs. In game 2, they went on a 35-3 run when that game was tied at halftime at 46. And then you obviously had the game 6 collapse from Orlando. So outside of those two incredible, crazy runs from Detroit, Orlando has been by far the better basketball team. And in all these series where we had the Lakers upset the Rockets, we had Philly upset Boston, we had these lines adjust to where in game 5, when the Lakers were back at home, they were a 4.5-point favorite in that game after being a 4.5-point dog in game 1. Then you had Philly, who was a 13.5-point dog in game 5, was a 7.5-point dog in game 7 before the Tatum injury. You had line movement. You had lines adjusting. We haven't had that in this Magic Pistons series. We're staying 8.5, 9.5. And a lot of the reason for it is the books know they can hang that line because nobody's interested in betting Orlando. It's all, they're just done. After game 6, how do you expect them to respond? It's all over now. Maybe it is, Chris, and maybe they're just completely shot and they're just, but from a pure value and basketball standpoint, I cannot lay this amount of points with the Pistons. If the Magic show up and they still feel like, you know what, we're the better team, we're flushing out game 6 and we can win this series, I think there's value betting them on the spread, and I think there's value betting them on the money line as well. So I took Orlando. I like the fact that nobody's giving them a chance today. Nobody thinks they're going to bounce back after what happened in game 6. And I just think we're getting good value, Chris. I really think this line should be closer to 5.5, 6, to be honest with you, than at the 8.5, 9 number. So I like the Magic plus the points.
Yeah, I think with that spread at 8.5, it could turn out the way a lot of us expect it to, and you could still win your bet, PJ, because I don't see... It hasn't just been the way they've blown the lead in the series. I think it's been losing Franz Wagner along the way as well.
Sure.
Somebody who could push back just a little bit, at the very least, against Cade Cunningham. And I think without him, you compound for a team that, like I said, struggled down the stretch. A lot of people thought was going to, 5, 6 seed, 4 seed was in sight at one point during the back half of the regular season, to fall into the play-in and then come in as the 8 seed. I think they probably got the lift from Wagner and the way he was playing through the first 3.5 games of this series, and that led itself to a lot of the belief that they had that they would be able to close this thing out. But then Wagner gets hurt, and I think that has as much to do with the Magic, who, I'll just be honest, they seem to be a mentally fragile team, right? Like, Banchero's trying to do everything he can, chucking as many shots as possible every single night. Still not hitting 50%, but, puts up 40 in one game, duels Cunningham, shot for shot, basically down the stretch. It's that secondary tier of players, Bane, Suggs in particular, Anthony Black coming off the bench, who haven't been able to provide the support behind Banchero. And without Wagner out there to provide support on both ends of the floor, it really feels like it's Paolo or nothing. So if he doesn't go, 18 of 36 this afternoon, I just don't see the path for the Magic to win this thing on the road, especially against a Pistons team that just has when they've looked good in this series, PJ, they have totally embraced the idea of mucking it up and making it ugly. Asar Thompson doing everything defensively. Cunningham isn't afraid to take ugly shots, to drive to the hole. And so maybe that's what I expect the most, is that not that the Magic will roll over and die. Like, they'll have some fight in them as long as Banchero's on the floor. But I don't see them winning this one. Maybe close enough for you to win your 8.5-point bet on them.
The Wagner point is a fair one. My counterpoint to that would be he didn't play in game 5 and game 6. And in game 5, they were down 3 with less than a minute. So they were right there. And then in game 6, they were up 24. So again, they've shown the ability that without Wagner, they can beat the Pistons. They can hang around with the Pistons. And in a game 7 with Detroit at home, and all the pressure really being on them because nobody, again, is really expecting much of Orlando, even though you'd like to have Wagner in this game. Like you said, he was doing a good job on Cunningham in this series when he was out there. I think that the Magic have shown, even without him, they can have success against this Detroit team. So very interesting. I think also, Chris, another storyline not getting talked about enough. Remember, there was that story out there about Jamal Mosley, the Magic head coach, and now there was a lot of friction with him in that locker room. And Paolo, I mean, blowing a 3-1 lead. And with the way that Game 6 went, we'll see how today goes. But you got to imagine if they lose this series with how things have played out, it's there's a good chance that maybe the Magic are going to be looking for a new head coach. And maybe the Celtics are looking for a new one too with Joe Mazzulla. So maybe Orlando, if they see Boston get rid of Mazzulla, maybe there's a chance they could go after him.
You think that's got a real chance that Mazzulla gets pushed out in Boston?
There's always a chance in that city with those fans. Again, with all the other things going on in that city, with all the other teams, maybe it takes a little pressure off the Celtics, and maybe he does get a little bit of a pass because Tatum wasn't out there for Game 7. Yeah. I think there's a chance. It wouldn't shock me. I think there's a better chance he's back. I think it's like 65-35 though, Chris. I think it's a better chance than maybe others do. Like I think there is a good chance that they do move on from him.
Wow. I just with every, and again, I've pushed back against the idea that Celtics fans could be somewhat placated by the outcome this year, by the assertion that a lot of them have made that, well, Tatum was hurt most of the year. Whatever we get out of this season is all gravy anyway. Well, you still got to be disappointed blowing a 3-1 lead to the Knicks. But like you said, no Tatum in Game 7. And all the secondary scoring pieces that had supported them all year in Tatum's absence didn't show up, other than Derek White at points last night. I would have a hard time putting that all on Joe Mazzulla. But like you said, in Boston, where the standard is so much higher than in so many other cities, maybe that is enough to force Brad Stevens and the Celtics brass to reevaluate things. Something to keep an eye on. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. The other Game 7, we just got done talking to Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com a few minutes ago. Raptors, Cavs, and we mentioned this towards the end of our conversation with Jimmy, but for those just jumping in midstream here on BetMGM Game Day, I really think that, and I think it might be the best possible option for the Cavs. Honestly, I really think what we're going to get is a James Harden game. And what I mean by that is not necessarily James Harden dragging them to victory. I think it's just James Harden grabbing the game by the undercarriage and making it his. And if he has a good shooting day, which he has at home in this series, if he has a good shooting day, the Cavs win and they move on to face Detroit or Orlando. But if Harden has an off night, then no amount of Donovan Mitchell, unless he puts up 30-35, is going to be enough to hold off the surging Raptors with all the good vibes they have to have coming off of that Game 6 overtime victory.
Really interesting game. Kind of feels like one of those games where the Cavs win, but maybe the Raptors cover. As we were talking about with Jimmy, the Cavs just in this Mitchell era have been so bad on the road, but they've been good at home. And I thought at the beginning of this series, Chris, it reminded me a lot of when Cleveland played Orlando a couple years ago. And that series went 7 and the home team won every game. And here we are through the first 6 and the home team has won every game. And that's the thing with Cleveland, man. You got to put on blinders. Like, you just have to have amnesia when you watch them play on the road because it's just not the same team for whatever reason. And I think what's so fascinating about these 2 Game 7s that we have today, Chris, are the storylines with both underdogs and how the Magic feels like are absolutely dead, blowing that 24-point lead. And the Raptors, with that RJ Barrett shot saving their season, now have all this momentum. And it's like, wow, after hitting a shot like that, are the Raptors now going to win this series? And who knows, maybe even upset the Pistons or the Magic in the next round. Very fascinating between the two. I think the Raptors do have a good shot at covering today. They've played a lot better the games in Cleveland in Games 2 and Games 5. They've taken care of business at home. And with the track record of Mitchell and Harden, obviously, and how those guys usually underperform in big spots and in these type of moments, there are a lot of reasons why you would want to back the Raptors in a game like this. I, again, almost worry that it's getting too talked about how much Harden and Mitchell underperform. And if you just wonder if both of those guys show up today, I think it'll be a really interesting game. I like Cleveland to win. I haven't bet anything side or total, but again, I think if I had to lean towards a side, I'd probably take the Raptors plus the points.
Okay, so a couple of huge game sevens in the NBA, and we'll find out who moves on the other side of that Eastern Conference bracket where we've got the Celtics and the Sixers getting ready, or excuse me, the Knicks and the Sixers getting ready for what should be an absolute banger on the other side of the Eastern Conference. We'll talk Western Conference in about an hour. Do we think there's any way the T-Wolves or the Lakers can challenge the Spurs or the Thunder? But coming up next, we're going to rank quarterback rooms at the top of the hour at 2 Eastern. Before we get into that, let's talk about just the philosophy that we may see play out in Vegas with the first overall pick and whether we like this idea or not. Mendoza sitting while Cousins starts. Is this smart or is this stupidity when you take a guy first overall that you don't plug him in right away? That's next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
Any other ideas, just pop them in the chat.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up top of the hour on BetMGM Game Day, we'll talk QB rooms around the league with OTAs getting started in some places, rookie mini camps this week. In some spots, they started Friday or yesterday, and plenty more to get into as we start to ramp up towards the spring activity period in the NFL now that the draft is in the rearview mirror. We'll take a look specifically at quarterback rooms at 2 Eastern, 11 Pacific here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser, and he covers the whole league, so let's talk to him about absolutely everything going on. Tyler Dragon of USA Today joins us now here on Westwood One Sports. And Tyler, let's start in Cleveland. We brought it up a little bit earlier in the show. Todd Monken went on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland late this week and kind of clarified where they sit with their quarterback battle, if we want to call it that. Deshaun Watson coming back from injury, sort of penciled in as a QB1. I think a lot of people look at that and say, well, he's penciled in as QB1 because of the salary. But Monken left it wide open to see how both Watson and Shedeur Sanders handle things this spring, through the summer, through camp, into the preseason. Just looking at it from a 50,000-foot view, how do they handle this back and forth at quarterback in Cleveland?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was at the NFL owners meetings when Todd Monken was talking about the quarterback competition, and he shed some light, and I actually wrote a story about this on USAtoday.com, and it was kind of apparent that Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders were the leaders in the clubhouse in the competition over Dylan Gabriel. And then he said that he would want a quarterback name starter hopefully before training camp. And if he had it his way, it would be sometime this offseason during OTAs or mini camp. And he said that the reps will be divided up evenly, but once a quarterback starts separating himself and winning a competition, they'll start getting a little bit more reps. And I feel like based on what he said in Arizona at the owners' meetings and what is transpiring right now as the Browns go through some of their off-season program, it looks like Deshaun Watson has a little bit of an advantage over Shedeur. And, you know, if Todd Monken is the offensive mind, if he can kind of get Deshaun Watson back to his old self or somewhere close to his old self, then, I mean, he's the better quarterback. This is a guy, Deshaun Watson. A few years ago, we were having a conversation whether he was the second or third best quarterback in the NFL, certainly in the conversation of the top 5 quarterback. And yes, he's kind of fallen off a cliff since then, since his days in Houston. But if they can kind of try to rekindle that magic that he had and what made him the highest paid quarterback, an all guaranteed contract, and what Cleveland gave up to get to him, if he can bring that back out of Deshaun Watson, then he deserves to be named the starter. And if Tom Monken is the offensive mind that we think he is and what he thinks he is, then yeah, I do believe that Deshaun Watson is probably going to end up being named the starting quarterback to give him the first shot to prove himself. And yes, there's the money is a factor too.
So, Tyler, you think they're going to go with the veteran guy in Cleveland? What about what Vegas is going to do? They just paid Kirk Cousins a whole lot of money to go be in the quarterback room in Vegas. They obviously select Fernando Mendoza at number 1. How do you see that playing out throughout the season? Do you think it's Cousins and then at some point week 5, week 6, it's Mendoza? Do you think Mendoza's got a real shot to start week 1? What do you think is going to happen there with Vegas in their quarterback situation?
Yeah, well, they have pretty much said that they want Kirk Cousins to start the season, and they want to ease along Fernando Mendoza. And I kind of agree with that approach. when you look at Las Vegas, they're a rebuilding franchise. Yes, they had a really good offseason in free agency and through the draft, but you look at the AFC West division, and they're going up against at least two playoff teams, maybe three, if the Chiefs can get Patrick Mahomes back healthy, and they're kind of the Chiefs of the old. But, yeah, I think it's the right approach to kind of ease him along. The Raiders, they still have a lot to be desired in offense. Their offensive line, their wide receivers, they don't have a number one, probably even number two legitimate wide receiver. And you're looking at Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty as featured players. So, to me, Kirk Cousins knows the system of Kubiak. You can ease Mendoza along, and then I can see a reality where Mendoza starts maybe at earliest week 5, but maybe in the middle of the season, like week 8, once he gets familiarized with the game a little bit, gets a little bit comfortable with the terminology and the speed of the game, albeit it'll be in practice. But, yeah, I can see them going with Kirk Cousins at the beginning of the season and then letting Fernando Mendoza take over the reins somewhere towards the middle of the year.
Tyler, let me keep it out in the AFC West for a minute because we've got quarterbacks recovering from major injuries who may be going in opposite directions in their recoveries. Reports that Patrick Mahomes may be a whole lot readier to participate earlier than anybody expected, while Bo Nix reportedly had this second cleanup on his ankle done. Just what are you hearing about both of those QBs and where they sit in their recoveries, and whether either one of them or both could be maybe hampered during camp and or leading up to week 1?
Well, Patrick Mahomes is going to be hampered probably during camp, but Andy Reid actually spoke yesterday and gave a positive prognosis on Patrick Mahomes, and I believe he's tracking to play week 1. That is everybody's hope in Kansas City. And as far as Bo Nix, I've been hearing that his ankle procedure, his second ankle procedure, was kind of a cleanup type of surgery, and it was always expected all along. I could see Denver Broncos holding him out or easing him in during training camp, possibly mandatory mini camp as well. But to me, both those quarterbacks are tracking to be able to play week 1. I'd say it's even more so Bo Nix. Patrick Mahomes is kind of a wait-and-see approach since it is a knee and a ACL, but, I mean, he's motivated to play week 1. That's what he's eyeing, and certainly the Chiefs are hopeful that he can play week 1 too, but they're going to err on the side of caution for sure.
Tyler, we had 9 different teams have new coaches in this offseason cycle. 6 of them are going to be first-timers, and then you have John Harbaugh going to the Giants, McCarthy to the Steelers, and Saleh to the Titans. Did you have a favorite of the offseason, a favorite coach that got in a new landing spot?
Yeah, I got to go with Jesse Minter. I mean, living out in L.A., I'm very familiar with what Jesse Minter did with the L.A. Chargers, defensive-minded head coach, and that's pretty much what the Ravens needed. A lot of people talk about Lamar Jackson's shortcomings in the postseason, but the Ravens defense left a lot to be desired and didn't get the job done either. So now you bring in a defensive-minded head coach to work on a pass defense that was always near the bottom or at the bottom of the AFC to shore up that side of the ball. And then when you look at the Ravens roster, they have a Super Bowl caliber squad on offense and on defense, especially with the additions that they've been able to get on defense as well. So you have a Jesse Minter in there to kind of bolster that unit. He's going to call the defensive plays. And then Lamar Jackson, MVP-type players. You got Zay Flowers. Mark Andrews is coming back. Of course, Derrick Henry as well. So as long as that defense can be average, maybe a little bit above average, hopefully they can get Matabike back. this season. Of course, you got Trey Hendrickson. I really like what Jesse Minter has at his disposal in Baltimore.
Tyler Dragon covers the NFL for USA Today. He's with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. You're familiar with the AFC North, Tyler, from your years in Cincinnati. You just broke down the Ravens really well. What do you make of the Steelers going through a second spring of an Aaron Rodgers saga?
Oh, man, it just seems like every year we go through this, and I'm kind of tired of it. I know a lot of NFL players, fans, and people around the NFL are kind of sick of it. I did talk to Michael Pittman Jr. this offseason, and he said that he's spoken with Aaron Rodgers, and I think he even saw him in person out in Orange County. And that led me to believe, this was like a month ago, and that led me to believe that Aaron Rodgers is for sure coming back. He gave the Steelers assurances that he's going to come back. He just wants to announce it when he feels comfortable and when he's ready. Because why would you talk to Michael Pittman when you're not going to be on the team? Why would you communicate with Mike McCarthy if you're not going to be on the team? It's just a matter of when he announces it, not if. The Steelers have made moves or not made moves that indicate that Rodgers is going to come back. Yes, they drafted Drew Aller, but nobody expects him to be the starting quarterback with the Pittsburgh Steelers next year. They are high on Will Howard, but nobody believes he's going to be the starting quarterback. So everybody in Pittsburgh, everything that I'm hearing indicates that Aaron Rodgers is going to come back this year. It's just a matter of when he's going to announce it. You would hope he announces it before the draft. That didn't happen. So probably before mandatory mini camps kick off next month. So he's going to announce it between now and the next couple weeks, I think.
Tyler, we got about a minute left. Is there a team in the NFL this year that you just have no idea what to expect, right? I mean, of all these 32 teams, probably you have a solid take on most of them. But is there like a team or two coming into the season that you just really don't know right now what to expect out of that team in about 60 seconds?
Man, I would say the Bengals. They could be a team that's a Super Bowl caliber team that we would not be surprised if they represented the AFC in a Super Bowl or at least in the AFC Championship game. Or they could be a team that is out of the playoff picture and battling injuries once again and don't get it done on defense, even with the Dexter Lawrence. You never know what you're going to get with the Cincinnati Bengals. And so they are certainly the team that you never know what you're going to get year in and year out. But they're certainly in the hot seat, whether it's Zach Taylor or Joe Burrow, to get it done this year.
Tyler, great stuff as always. We love catching up with you. Enjoy the rest of the spring as we work through OTAs and mini camps, and we'll hope to catch up again soon with you.
No problem. Thanks for having me on. Have a good day.
Absolutely. You too, Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Yeah, I'll back up what he said about Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers and that mess, PJ. As a lot of folks know, I'm based in Pittsburgh. I've grown up a Steelers fan. I've also grown equally tired of the Aaron Rodgers saga playing itself out through another spring. But I do think it's interesting to me that people who are close to the team have worked very hard to say that this UFA tag that they put on him last week was just a procedural thing, downplaying it. I have to believe that despite spending much of the offseason thinking it was a 99.9% chance Rodgers would be back, I would downgrade that now, at least in my own personal expectation, to something closer to like 60-40, because I could see him just deciding, I don't like the way this was handled. I don't think I'm going to play this year, and just walking away.
And it's so interesting because he has such respect for Mike Tomlin, and that was a big part of the reason he joined the Steelers in the first place. Now he gets to team up with a guy who he worked with for a number of years. They won a Super Bowl together. If there was somebody out there to replace Tomlin that would maybe keep Rodgers around, McCarthy probably towards the top of the list. But I agree, Chris. Feels like each day, each week that goes by, at this point, I know Aaron takes a sweet time to make his decisions, but you got to wonder what's going to happen with the Steelers. And again, they're banking on him being there, because if he's not, I don't need to tell you, not a lot of good looking options there in that quarterback room.
I'm here for a Drew Aller, Will Howard quarterback battle in training camp.
Goodness.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
2 weeks from tomorrow, their first official OTA practice in Pittsburgh. And then 2 weeks after that will be their mandatory minicamp the first week of June. So we'll see if Aaron Rodgers comes in at some point between now and then. Coming up next year on BetMGM Game Day, a team that is just circling the drain, but still hasn't pulled the trigger on making a move, despite a couple of other skippers getting bounced early in the season. Plus, I think we may have to take a look at that National League Rookie of the Year race, because somebody has woken up after a difficult first few weeks in the bigs as a teenager. We'll get into all that and then power rank our favorite, well, I guess our least favorite NFL quarterback rooms at the top of the hour. All on the way. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
nothing. Split him. Going to the gap. It's going to make it to the notch. Griffin for three. Yes.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Here comes Connor. Joe Block and Neil Walker with the call on Sportsnet Pittsburgh yesterday. Connor Griffin, a triple to left center, and the Pirates blew out the Reds. I think it ended up being 17-4, 17-5. I don't know. The Reds walked like 7 guys in a row at one point in the second inning. The Pirates had 14 on the board in the first 4 in what has been a wild NL Central so far. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Also inside the Westwood One Sports app and the Odyssey app, AUDACY. I'm Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. We'll get into Connor Griffin and what I think should be starting to become a conversation about National League Rookie of the Year as we're fully a month into the regular season. You want to bet on something like Rookie of the Year? Maybe just today's ball game. BetMGM players, you're going to get an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token this weekend. To use the token, add MLB bets to your bet slip inside the BetMGM app and then activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you get extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars, all inside your BetMGM app. Download it today and make it legendary. Before we get to that, though, PJ, the Mets lost again last night. Late last night, if you were on the East Coast and didn't stay up for the loss in Anaheim, it happened in extras. They've won just 3 series this year, still trying to recover, it feels like, from that 12-game losing streak that buried them at the bottom of the NL East a couple weeks into the season. And Carlos Mendoza still has a job. We've seen Robbie Thompson get fired for a slow start in Philly, even though everybody there liked him. We've seen Alex Cora get fired for a slow start in Boston with some internal politics against the front office and Craig Breslow, and a slow start by the Sox. We haven't seen Mendoza get the axe yet. Should he? I mean, do the Mets have to do something at some point to try and stop this free fall?
I think they might need to, but Chris, you almost wonder if them not firing at this point just kind of tells you that they're waving the towel on the season. Because a lot of times when teams do this, Phillies, Red Sox, it's to find a spark. And Philadelphia, to their credit, has been playing a lot better ever since Mattingly's become the manager. Boston is only 3 games out of the final wild card spot because of how bad the American League is. So both of those teams kind of see a window and they feel like, all right, if there's still a lot of time left, we make a change. Maybe we can still make something of this season. I kind of think the Mets are just like, you or me, Chris, could manage this team. And I don't know, if it would make much of a difference to Mendoza. It's been an absolute nightmare. The fact that they're 11-22 and have the worst record in baseball is kind of incredible. No team has ever lost 12 straight and made the playoffs. So all these things, I think, even though it's only May 3rd and there's so much baseball left, and it wasn't too long ago when the Mets had a terrible start and they turn all the way back. They make the playoffs. It was that OMG Mets team with Grimace and all those sorts of things. So they've kind of done it here recently. They know it can be done. I'm shocked, quite frankly, that they haven't fired Mendoza yet. The only reason I think they haven't is they just kind of just feel like, Chris, that at this point, nothing can wake this team up or nothing can spark this team. And they're hoping that maybe if they just wait long enough with Mendoza, that keeping them there, they can find a spark. But I don't know, man. If it keeps going like this, if the Mets win 70, 75 games, it's very unlikely he's back next year as their manager or that he's going to make it the whole season. But yeah, I'm surprised that he's still there at this point, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I get like the losing streak happened while Soto was out, and he's, I think, in the midst of like a 6-game hitting streak right now. So maybe Juan Soto waking up a little bit at the plate will breathe some life back into this thing. But to go out to Anaheim against an Angels team that's just as rough looking after what was a somewhat promising start to the season and lose that series, even if it happened in extras, it's a rough go for the Mets right now. And I think if you're really going to look to affect some kind of change in a big, fat, bloated payroll kind of team, that might be the wake-up call that they need, is casting Mendoza aside. You're right. It just looks like they're waving the white flag right now. I mentioned Connor Griffin to start the segment. Had a huge day yesterday for the Pirates, 4 for 5 with a couple of extra base hits and a couple of RBIs. The National League Rookie of the Year race, you can still get Connor Griffin right now, PJ, at around 10-1, depending where you shop it. And I think this might be our mutual friend Jay Kassan, who watches every single game all over baseball, both MLB and college, made a note of suggesting, I think like a week and a half ago, hey, if you're in on Connor Griffin, now's the time to jump on those Connor Griffin Rookie of the Year bets, because he's starting to heat back up. And the numbers over the last 9 games, since he had his 20th birthday, he's officially no longer a teenager. The numbers over the last 9 games for Griffin: 14 for 34. That's 412 as an average. 2 homers, 8 RBIs, 4 multi-hit games. He's raised his season batting average from 182 to 260, which I don't think there are any other serious NL Rookie of the Year contenders batting better than 260 right now. And his OPS is up to 714. Might be time to jump on the Connor Griffin bandwagon.
Certainly could. And this would be the time to do it, because even though you never want to hop onto a futures bet when it starts to become trendy and the odds aren't as good, but it still doesn't feel like, Chris, maybe the books have quite caught up yet. And because of how good that NL Central has been, even though the Pirates are playing good baseball, they're still above 500. And as you highlighted, Griffin's playing a lot better. Still think there's good value there on Pittsburgh. So I like that. I mean, as you know, they were playing my Orioles when he made his MLB debut and he ripped that double into left center field. It was a little bit of a struggle after that, but he's starting to figure it out. I mean, that kid is so talented, 20 years old, and to be in the major leagues doing what he's doing. Pirates have a good one. Good for you and for them that they were able to lock him up to that long-term deal. So, yeah, man, I mean, he's going to play every day. He's going to have all the opportunities to definitely try and win this NL Rookie of the Year race. And Pirates keep winning games and keep, being in contention in that National League Central race. If Griffin has the numbers to match it, I think he's definitely going to be right there in the conversation.
Yeah, and this isn't to take anything away from J.J. Weatherholt either, because I think, he had a big week this week against his hometown team, Pirates. Weatherholt and the Cards came to Pittsburgh for a 4-game series that they swept. Weatherholt had a dinger, a couple of extra base hits. He's the NL favorite right now for Rookie of the Year at 6-1 at BetMGM. So there's a guy that is definitely worth a look, and he's provided the pop. He's got 7 home runs, and that's the only place I think where to be all in on Griffin, that's the only place left lacking where maybe you would hit pause before you go in on Griffin, is that he's only got the couple of homers and he hasn't really started to pump the ball out of the ballpark yet, like Sal Stewart and Cincy or Weatherholt in St. Louis.
1,000%. I mean, that National Central, what a great story it's been. Nobody's talking about the Cardinals. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're doing. 20-13. They won again yesterday against the Dodgers. They've won 6 straight. A lot of people thought this might have been the worst team in baseball. And because of how good the division is, they're 1 game back at the Cubs and they're tied with Cincinnati. But pretty incredible what they're doing. So, yeah, man, you got a good one there with Griffin. Weatherholt's had a terrific year. It's going to be a great race down to the wire. The last couple of years, it doesn't feel like the NL Rookie of the Year race has been all that strong. But this year, it definitely feels like we got a really good race.
Yeah, as a Pirates fan, I've been tormented over the years by the Cardinals. Just when you think they're ready to roll over and die, which doesn't happen often, but just when you think they're ready to roll over and die, they become very cardinally, as my friends and I refer to it in our group chats. They just start doing cardinal things, and the way they've played over the last few weeks and really through the first month of the season is exactly what the Cardinals do, PJ.
It's annoying. They get rid of this era with Pujols and Yachty and Wainwright, and you're thinking, okay, they're going to go through what the Patriots did for a little, the Spurs did for a little, and I mean, they kind of have a little bit, but again, on paper, this was never supposed to be the season where you looked at, St. Louis figuring it out. And surely here they are at the start of May and they're 7 games above 500.
Just so cardinally of them to be doing this. Coming up in 25 minutes, do we think there's any way the T-Wolves or the Lakers can challenge the Spurs or the Thunder in the Western Conference semifinals as we wait for those series to get started? But coming up next, we talked a lot about the Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders quarterback battle that will play out this spring and summer in Cleveland. We talked about Mendoza maybe sitting behind Kirk Cousins. We talked about Aaron Rodgers with a couple of rookies behind him. We power rank the worst NFL quarterback rooms next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Rolling through your Sunday afternoon. Still morning in a few spots out west here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser coming up in about 20 minutes. For those of you out west, we try to figure out if there's a path for the Lakers or the Timberwolves in getting past the Thunder or the Spurs as we wait for those Western Conference semifinal series to get started over the next couple of days. Both teams, massive dogs in these series and massive dogs in their respective game ones of those series. We'll get into that in about 20 minutes as, of course, we've got game sevens on the Eastern Conference side being played. The Sixers upsetting the Celtics last night, and now they move on to face the Knicks while we figure out who the matchup is on the other side of the Eastern Conference bracket today, with the Pistons hosting the Magic and trying to come back from down 3-1 in that series, and the Cavs hosting the Raptors. We'll get into all of that, including what we thought of the Sixers dispatching with the Celtics at the top of the hour. But earlier, PJ, we were talking about the Browns quarterback situation with Tyler Dragon of USA Today. And it's, look, I get Todd Monken wants to have something somewhat solidified going into training camp, but it's also hard when Todd Monken goes on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland with Ken Carman and Anthony Lima the other day and says, well, we want to see how these guys perform too. So there is a lot left open to interpretation about how this will play out. I think there are questions about whether this quarterback room is very healthy overall, given what we haven't seen from Watson in the last couple of years. Sanders' limitations, and then what else you have going on there with Dylan Gabriel, Taylon Green, maybe in some sort of gadget role. But we thought, why not power rank? We'd love to do power rankings here on BetMGM Game Day. Why not power rank the worst NFL quarterback rooms? And there are no shortage of nominees for these lists, PJ. So with that said, I'll let you start. Power rank the worst NFL quarterback rooms from 5 all the way down to number 1, the absolute worst quarterback room in the NFL this year, in your opinion.
All right, let's start with number 5. I'm going to go with the Arizona Cardinals, Chris. Right now, Jacoby Brissett is QB1. We know he's holding out for a contract. We'll see if he ends up starting the first game. But as of now, Jacoby Brissett likely going to be the week 1 starter for Arizona. Gardner Minshew, they got this offseason from Kansas City, who's coming off a major injury, going to be the backup. And then Carson Beck, who they drafted out of Miami, is going to be the 3rd string as of right now. Not a lot to like, Chris. Brissett showed flashes last year for Arizona, which is why I put him at 5, but he's not getting any younger, and you don't really have that many great weapons around. I know they were able to put up some points last year, and Michael Wilson emerged a little bit. You do have Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride's a terrific young tight end. The offensive line isn't good, and you don't have all that much of a run game. So Arizona, because you just kind of have journeyman backup caliber quarterbacks as really your options. And then you have Carson Beck, who's a huge wild card. I'll put you at number 5. Cleveland Browns, you were just talking about, we'll put them at 4. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Taylon Green. Right now, it looks like is going to be the 4 for the Browns. We were just talking with Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today. He believes that they're going to start Watson. I think Todd Monken's probably going to start Watson as well, would be my guess. And the contract does have to do a big part of it. I know at this point, you could just kind of swallow that money if you're the Browns and see what you have in Shedeur. I can see both sides. Watson's hasn't played it down in a while. He's coming off some injuries. But you do have a good young running back in Junkins. I like Fano, the tight end. And I like what they did in the draft with some of the young receivers that they got. And getting Fano, the offensive lineman out of Utah, should help that O-line as well. So I think Monken in his first year, going to go with Watson, see what you have, because Chris, you can always start with Watson and go to Shedeur. You can't start Shedeur, go to Watson, and then really come back with Shedeur at that point, I feel like. So see if you can find anything out of Watson. I'll put the Browns at number 4. The New York Jets are going to be number 3 for me. Geno Smith, Brady Cook, Cade Klubnik. That right now is looking like the quarterback room for the Jets. Geno, man, he fooled me big time, Chris, this past season. I was in on the Raiders as a potential playoff team. I really thought they were going to do big things. Geno, throughout his career, had always been great in domes. He was great indoors. It's when you get him outside in the elements where he tends to struggle. And now that he's an AFC East quarterback and he's going to be playing all his home games outdoors at MetLife behind an offensive line that's no good, a terrible head coach in Aaron Glenn. And even though I like some of the weapons, Garrett Wilson, I like the Kenyon Sadiq pick, just that quarterback room and Geno at this point in his career, not a fan. So I'll put them and Geno at number 3. 2 for me is going to be the Miami Dolphins. Malik Willis comes over from Green Bay. Quinn Ewers is going to be the backup. And then I watch a lot of college football, Chris Mack. I had to look up where the third string Cam Miller went to college. North Dakota State, for those out there wondering. So it's not good for Miami. Malik Willis did a lot of good things with Green Bay as a backup, and that's why he ends up getting the starting job. Jeff Hapley must have loved what he saw behind the scenes, work ethic, film room, all those sorts of things that made him want to bring Willis over from Miami. I'm not buying it, Chris. I'm not buying it. And Miami, their wide receiver room is a mess. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, all these guys are gone. So you're relying on a bunch of rookies and new guys in that building. I think the situation is a disaster. So even though necessarily I might like Willis more than some of these quarterbacks, I think the QB room as a whole, and I think the weapons around him, I'll put the Dolphins at number 2. And then finally, Chris, your Pittsburgh Steelers is going to come in at number 1. And the reason they're number 1 is because Aaron Rodgers right now, we don't know for sure if he's going to be on the roster. And I got to take the QB room as what it is today. I do think Rodgers is going to be under center for the Steelers. And if he is, then they won't be the worst QB room in the NFL. But if he's not, Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, Drew Aller, I don't know what. Not a whole lot to like.
Look at you bleeding the purple and black right out of your veins, Ravens fan that you are.
And I'm one of those Ravens fans that I like, I don't usually hate on the Steelers because you were just talking about the Cardinals being cardinally. As a Pirates fan, that's the same way I feel about Pittsburgh. You can never kill them, okay? I've watched my team lose to the corpse of Charlie Batch, and I just watched somehow us lose in Week 18 to no DK Metcalf. So trust me, I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest if Mason Rudolph or Will Howard beat the Ravens. It can be done. But I think as a whole, if Rodgers isn't there, then I think the Steelers have the worst quarterback room in the NFL. So that's my 5. Okay. Cardinals, Browns, Jets, Dolphins, Steelers. If Rodgers is under center, the Steelers, I think, drop down to 5, and I would slide everybody else up. But as of now, they'd be number 1 for me.
Okay. I feel your Steelers hate. I feel it.
Yeah.
I look, the Ravens have beaten the Steelers in some massive games over the years, too. I saw an Orioles fan outside of the Pirates home opener a few weeks back and just asked him how Tyler Loop was going. That conversation did not go well. The back and forth, it's part of a rivalry. I totally get it. Mm-hmm. So we're close on a couple of these. We're in lockstep on a couple, actually. And then there are a few where we're totally different. So I'm going to run through my top 5 as well of the worst quarterback rooms in the NFL. I'm going to start at number 5, where I also have the Arizona Cardinals. Everything you mentioned about Jacoby Brissett not being happy with his role right now and his deal. Sorry, you're Jacoby Brissett. You are a lifetime backup. You took an endorsement deal with an insurance company highlighting the fact that you are a backup. And everybody knows it. Yes, you made a great point, PJ. He did some nice things last year. But you're still Jacoby Brissett. You're still a backup. The backup to the backup, Gardner Minshew, eesh. I am higher on Carson Beck than a lot of other people are, but that still doesn't mean Arizona's quarterback room is in a good place. So I have them ranked number 5 right now of my top 5 worst quarterback rooms. Number 4, I also have the Browns. Again, for all the reasons you laid out there about Deshaun Watson not playing really much at all over the last year and a half, questions about Shedeur Sanders and what exactly he's capable of, how they're going to settle that, and how messy it may get. You got Shedeur's brother firing shots at Browns beat writers on social media. I mean, it could just be an abject disaster. And I know you're a big fan of how Todd Monken manages offenses. So that could be another variable to this mess, is how Monken manages all of it. So I have the Browns at number 4. At number 3, I have the Indianapolis Colts, because we're not totally sure about what Daniel Jones is going to look like coming back from injury, a pretty major injury. They've already decided they're not going to tender the 5th-year option to Anthony Richardson, who is officially the backup right now on the depth chart. And then you've got Riley Leonard sort of lingering off there in the distance. And if anything should happen to Daniel Jones, and or Jones is just not 100% looking like the guy that he looked like for the first half of last season before the injury, I think the Colts are in major trouble, because nobody there believes in Anthony Richardson. Even if they do like some of what he can do on the field, they're worried about him tapping out halfway through a series because he's gassed. And then it all comes back to Riley Leonard, and I don't think that's a solution either. So I actually have the Colts as the 3rd worst quarterback room right now in the NFL. Number 2, you mentioned them already, the Miami Dolphins. I mean, I am not a huge believer in Malik Willis. I think Malik Willis, much like we talked about with Jacoby Brissett, I think Malik Willis is just a younger version of Jacoby Brissett. I think he's a career backup. We'll see. Like you said, maybe Jeff Hafley saw something in the Packers facility last year, especially when Willis stepped in for Jordan Love, that he goes, nope, this is the guy I believe in. And that would be all well and good if he had anybody at all to throw the football to. But he doesn't in Miami. So I think that could be a total mess. I have the Dolphins quarterback room as the 2nd worst in the NFL right now, with Quinn Ewers and Cam Miller backing up Willis. And then number 1, it's got to be the Jets, Jets. Geno is just a husk of his former self at this point. They were willing to insert Russell Wilson as the backup before Russ, it sounds like, may have decided to pivot to TV, like we talked about earlier. Cade Klubnik, I was not a big believer in coming into this year's draft. So I don't think if something goes sideways with Geno, you're going to be totally comfortable with him as a 4th-round pick taking over. Brady Cook, the 3rd string. Bailey Zappi will be in camp as well. So not a lot of confidence in the Jets room. Honorable mentions who did not make the list, I will say, did include the Steelers, because if Rodgers does not show up or does get hurt, I don't know what it's going to look like for them going into the regular season. I don't know if they look to deal Mason Rudolph during training camp to someone whose backup gets hurt during camp, maybe, and that leaves them with Will Howard and Drew Aller, 2 guys who have a combined 0 snaps between them at the NFL level. So things could get sideways really quickly, regardless of how much they say they love Will Howard and how much they may try to coach up Drew Aller. I also had New Orleans as an honorable mention, because I know Tyler Shuck took great leaps and strides in the back third of the season last year. But let's be honest, that's probably due some regression. And if Shuck should struggle this year, even though they've got him some weapons, I really like Olave and Tyson working on opposite ends of the formation from each other. If something should happen to Shuck and they got to go back to Spencer Rattler, Zach Wilson's in camp too as their 3rd string. In and of itself, that downgrades their quarterback room. And then one other team I would have an eye on. If Kyler Murray doesn't come in and get the switch flipped by Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, that room could go sideways really fast too. If Kyler is mid-Kyler and not reaching the full potential of what we think he's capable of, and J.J. McCarthy is sitting there waiting, Carson Wentz, that could be a recipe for disaster as well. But I'll go Jets 1, Dolphins 2, Colts 3, Browns 4, Cardinals 5, with the Steelers, Saints, and Vikings as honorable mentions, PJ.
I also had the Saints, Vikings, and the Colts written down. Those were my honorable mentions as well for all the things that you said. And Yeah, Indy, Daniel Jones coming off the injury, and if he's not healthy, they got big issues. Minnesota, I didn't end up putting there because I still think Kyler's got some good football in him. The problem with his is just durability, trusting him to stay healthy. But being coached by O'Connell now, I think that's a good fit. And New Orleans, again, early sample size with Shuck, like you said, but the weapons around him. And I think not only that, Chris, but watching how New Orleans kind of the whole team galvanized around him. Remember, the Saints were probably the best team in that division towards the end of the year. They just lost. They had lost all the tiebreakers, and they lost so many games at the beginning that they couldn't jump the Panthers and the Bucks. But considering how the Panthers and the Bucks were kind of limping into the postseason and towards the end of the year, and how New Orleans was playing their best football, that was a team that was on the rise. So I think a lot of people in New Orleans are excited about Tyler Shuck now with his first full year and bringing in Tyson, like you said, to go along with Olave. Kamara at this point is definitely on the decline as a running back, but I still think he can be pretty productive. And they got Kendre Miller there, who they drafted last year out of TCU. So Saints are going to be an interesting team. But yeah, I think pretty much, we nailed 4 of the 5 teams who we agreed on. Again, Pittsburgh, you could argue not on my list as Rodgers is under center, but with Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers and nobody knowing what that guy's going to do, if he's not the quarterback for the Steelers and decides to retire, your team is in big, big trouble. And Chris, what do you want them to do long term? Like, do you want them to make a blockbuster trade for somebody? Do you have belief in one of these young rookie quarterbacks coming out? Because there are, on paper, a lot of good ones. Like, what direction do you want them to go in?
I mean, if you could Voltron together the best attributes from Will Howard and Drew Aller, like the leadership clutch quotient of Will Howard and the arm strength and physical size and ability of Drew Aller, that would be perfect. But you can't Frankenstein a starting quarterback in the NFL. I'll be honest, I am curious to see those two battle it out. Now, I'm not saying for the starting role right away, but I want to see how McCarthy coaches each of these guys up, because McCarthy has his history of working with young quarterbacks. And so I'm curious to see how that plays out. And if that means we've got a summer of 2027 training camp battle in Latrobe between Drew Aller and Will Howard, I'm here for it, because at the very least, it gives us plenty to talk about. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. You just threw it in the chat, PJ, and I was going to mention it before you typed it there. I can't believe, despite mentioning New Orleans and everything that's gone on in the NFC South, neither of us mentioned the Falcons quarterback room with Penix and Tua, Trevor Siemian as the QB3 there.
Again, it's just the weapons for me. You got one of the best backs in Bijan. You got a number 1 receiver in London. Kyle Pitts finally showed flashes of the guy that we all thought he could potentially be coming out of Florida. And, Raheem Morris, it was just such a nightmare there with Atlanta, but you can't deny the talent that team has. So Stefanski, most of us, I think, would agree is a pretty good coach. And watching what he did in Cleveland when they were in good situations, when the roster was healthy, and when he had guys that he could use at his disposal, that's a pretty good football team, and they could put up some points. So you look at the weapons that Atlanta can have. Even though I'm not the biggest Penix guy and I'm not the biggest Tua guy, I think they can be serviceable quarterbacks. So that was the reason I didn't have Atlanta on there. If Penix was in a situation like Geno was in or Willis was in, then those guys would be on there. But I mean, Bijan, London, these guys are going to make a lot of people look good.
We'll talk divisions a little bit later here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. There was only one repeat divisional winner amongst the 8 divisions in the NFL last year. Do we think that happens again this year? Are there any worst to first candidates that we like, or maybe first to worst candidates? We'll get into that in about 20 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. But coming up next, do we think there's any way? Can we build a possible scenario in our heads for either the T-Wolves and or the Lakers to somehow spoil the Western Conference Final that we all just expect and have expected for months that we would get between San Antonio and Oklahoma City? As we move on throughout the NBA playoffs. That next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
points in 23 minutes. Swing it, Hachimura, hot shooter. Rui Hachimura can't miss.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Gonna need a whole lot of Rui Hachimura if you're gonna have any hope against the Thunder without Luka Doncic involved. Lakers, though, they get the Thunder after taking care of the Rockets the other night in Game 6. Do they have any hope? Can we build any kind of path forward for them? Ian Eagle with the call there on Prime the other night in that Game 6 win for the Lakers. And do the T-Wolves have any kind of path forward against the Spurs in the second round in the Western Conference? Or are we just destined for Thunder Spurs like we've always believed? We'll get into that conversation in just a minute here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports and Odyssey apps, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375 alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack. At the top of the hour, we get back into what happened in Boston last night. And where did the Celtics go from here? Could Joe Mazzulla be in trouble? How does Brad Stevens reshape this roster going into the summer as the Sixers get ready for the Knicks in what I think PJ and I both believe will be an epic sort of de facto Eastern Conference Finals series between Philly and Boston? And in 20 minutes, which division winners do we think in the NFL have the best chance of repeating? We only had one repeat NFL division winner last year. But let's hone in on the Western Conference semifinals, PJ. We've talked so much about the East today, obviously with 2 Game 7s later today, about a little more than an hour away from tip-off in Detroit between the Pistons and the Magic, and then Cavs-Raptors later. We had Celtics-Sixers last night. Is there a path forward? Do you see a path forward for either the T-Wolves or the Lakers in these second-round series against the Spurs and the Thunder, respectively?
Yeah, if both teams were fully healthy, then maybe. Especially Minnesota. The Lakers don't have Luka. I don't see it. I think they win a game at most, but I think that's going to be a sweep. I really can't make a case for LA. They've struggled with teams that have had athleticism all year. They're a 15.5-point dog in Game 1. I mean, Phoenix was a 7.5-point dog, for those games in Oklahoma City. So for as impressive as the Lakers looked against Houston, the books are telling you that the Suns and the Lakers, there really isn't that much of a difference between the two teams, which I find interesting. Just think it's a brutal matchup, so I can't make a case there. Minnesota, however, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that we're not going to see Anthony Edwards in this series, Chris. I think there's a chance maybe he returns for Game 3, maybe a potential Game 4. I know Shams tweeted out that it was going to be multiple weeks. We'll see what ends up happening, but Edwards is just, he's such a dog, and he's a guy that historically he's healed pretty quickly throughout his career. And I think we just all love to see him so that this series can be competitive. Minnesota, though, they just, with the guys that they have on that team, man, with Jaden McDaniels and Sumu and Terrence Shannon the other night and Randall. And if there was a guy that you would want to potentially contain, frustrate, limit Wemby somewhat, it would have to be Gobert. The fact that we get the big Frenchman going at it will be a lot of fun in this series. I know there are some series spreads out there, Chris, at 4.5. That is minus money, but you can bet the over for the Wolves to win a game in the series. I like that. I think Minnesota is going to win actually 2 games in this series. I like the Spurs in 6 because, to your point, everybody expects it to be Spurs Thunder, Western Conference Final, and I think it is going to be that. But generally, it's never as easy as it seems, right? When we all think it's going to be a certain collision course, we all thought we were getting Knicks Celtics in the second round. We all thought that was going to be the Eastern Conference Final, and look what ended up happening. So we're all expecting it, and we all thought it was going to be Spurs Nuggets in the second round, and that didn't end up happening. So, this is how it goes sometimes. One of these teams is going to struggle more than we expect. I think it's going to be San Antonio. I like the Wolves to win a couple games in this series. Maybe Game 1 is the game to potentially look to bet them plus the spread. And I could see myself having a little money line bet on Minnesota as well. But yeah, I think there's a chance the Wolves can make it competitive. Lakers, I can't say it.
So I think especially 13.5 being the spread on Game 1 Tuesday night between Minnesota and San Antonio. Like, that just feels way overinflated based on, like you said, the Anthony Edwards absence and the way the Spurs handled the Trailblazers. And just, let's be honest, the way the Spurs have played all year. Like, the one thing Wemby has refused to accept is that they're a year, quote, ahead of schedule, right? Every time that's come up, he's dismissed it outright and said, no, now is our time. But if there are a couple of guys, you mentioned Rudy Gobert, I just think Gobert and Reed just absolutely pestering Victor Wembanyama is going to make his life a living hell in this series. I'm not saying the Spurs are going to lose. I'm not saying Wemby isn't going to still go off. He's not going to have, a couple 4 or 5 block games. He's still going to be able to do that defensively. But I think offensively, it could be a bit of a struggle for him at times in this series because of Gobert's effectiveness down low and Naz Reid there as well, with the willingness and the almost the joy he gets in playing a little more physically against Wemby, which is still a question mark we have to see play out in the postseason especially. So I think my path forward for the T-Wolves involves stealing one of the first 3. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking much. Steal one of the first 3 so that you're not down 3-0 in this series and have no hope of coming back. Be at home for Ant's return in a game 4, which would be 15 days, a little more than 2 weeks post-injury. You mentioned Shams Charania's report that it would be multiple weeks. If Edwards is able to come back after 2 weeks, be back for game 4, and they're able to send this thing back to San Antonio in game 5 at 2 games apiece, I don't want to say all bets are off, but I believe in the possibility of Minnesota shocking the world if they have a healthy Anthony Edwards in game 4 and beyond, if Gobert and Reed are playing Wemby as tough and as physically as I expect them to on the Spurs offensive end of the court. I just think the one thing that could still lead to this being a 4 or 5 game series for San Antonio is just the Spurs perimeter defense just completely shutting down and locking out everyone, including Edwards, if he were to come back and be healthy in this series. And I could see that being a serious problem for Minnesota. But the path forward in my mind involves Ant coming back in game 4, if not earlier, in game 3, and somehow they go to San Antonio game 5 with this being 2 apiece. As for the Lakers, the only path forward I see, PJ, I don't think it's very hopeful to get a Doncic return in this series unless you're talking about it going 6 or 7 games, maybe, is that Austin Reeves wakes up and looks like himself after coming back from his own injury. And if Reeves can get hot and steal a game, if LeBron can steal a game, he took over game 6, which I wasn't surprised by. The old man still got it in there from time to time. If they can steal 2 of the first 5 somehow and come home for a game 6, and there's some sort of otherworldly Luka Doncic return for game 6 in LA, maybe, just maybe. But I also think it's much more likely that the Thunder roll in this thing. And I mean, they survived the first round, barely breaking a sweat. I don't think, from what I remember, I don't think SGA or Chet Holmgren had to play more than 30 minutes in any of those games. And they made Devin Booker look utterly human most of the series, even without Jalen Williams available. And he's still working back from that hamstring strain. So I suspect it's probably more like Thunder in 5. But if you could get Austin Reeves to get hot and steal you a game, if you could get LeBron to steal you a game and somehow get home for game 6, still be alive for a game 6 and only down 3-2, maybe there's an outside shot. But that's a very, very long shot.
Chris, I'm looking at the futures market on BetMGM right now. Minnesota is 150-1 to win the NBA Finals. The Lakers are 30-1. How is that possible? How is that can be that big a discrepancy, right? If theoretically both teams have to go through OKC and San Antonio potentially, both teams are dealing with injuries to stars, Luka out for the Lakers and Edwards out for the Wolves. Even if you were saying that you expect Luka to be back if they get past OKC, and that's why they're 30-1. How can Minnesota, in what world can they be 150-1? I think off of principle, from a value standpoint, you have to bet that. Like, the Lakers are 30-1, the Sixers are 35-1, then you have the Magic at 400-1, and the Raptors at 750-1. Both of those teams are playing a game 7 today as big underdog. Minnesota's already through to the second round. I think at the break here, I'm actually going to throw a few dollars on Minnesota at 150-1, because sometimes you just see a price that makes absolutely no sense. And this is one of those times where, do I think Minnesota's going to win the finals? I don't. That's an absolutely absurd price.
I'll be honest. You laid out the numbers there. Those would compel me to maybe drop a few bucks on the Sixers at 35-1. Like, the fact that they've got a longer number right now than the Lakers. And yeah, they've got to get through the Knicks and then whatever is left on the other side of the Eastern Conference. But like you said, the Lakers have to go through OKC, and then you're presuming anyway, it's the Spurs. But I don't think Minnesota's a good matchup for the Lakers either. That defense against the Lakers, if they go cold, so the only thing that would even remotely approach making sense for why those numbers are so different, Lakers at 30-1 and Timberwolves at 150-1 to go win the NBA Finals, and that large a disparity, would be that obviously Lakers being the more popular team, being a national brand, there's a lot more money on them, and so the books are just trying to protect themselves against that. And then also that you've got maybe the outside hope, if you're betting the Lakers, that if they get through OKC, like you said, you get Luka back and you're not having to face San Antonio. I don't know, but you're right. That doesn't make any sense at all. That doesn't add up to me.
Minnesota's been in the Western Conference Final 2 straight years. Like, this is a team that knows how to win in the postseason. I get that they're likely going to have to go through OKC too if they somehow get past San Antonio, but I promise you, if they beat the Spurs, they're not going to be like 150 to. It's going to be, if OKC plays Minnesota in the Western Conference Final, Minnesota to win the series is probably going to be like plus 600. And then they're going to be favored against any team that they play in the finals, not named the Knicks. So if the Sixers upset the Knicks or the Cavs or the Pistons knock them out, whatever, Minnesota's probably going to be a favorite in that NBA final. I just think it's an insane price. So I bet it 150-1. Is it going to hit? No chance. But is that just a ridiculous number? It absolutely is. There is no way that Minnesota should be that big of a long shot.
But if it does hit, we're going to celebrate, PJ. We're going to celebrate with you.
Absolutely.
Coming up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, we only had one repeat division winner in the NFL last year, and it was the Eagles breaking that streak of non-repeat NFC East winners. Who do we think has the best shot to repeat as division champs this year? Do we see any worst to first possibilities in the NFL? We'll dive into all of that next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
In about a half hour or so, we asked just about the general philosophy of something one team with a rookie quarterback is doing and whether we're on board with it or not. Top of the hour at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific here on BetMGM Game Day. More reaction to the Sixers taking care of the Celtics last night. What's it mean for Boston's offseason? And what's it mean for Philly going forward against the Knicks in what should be an epic Eastern Conference semifinal series? Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser here on Westwood One Sports. And it just hit me during the week as I was having conversations with the crew on You Better You Bet, PJ, filling in for Nick Costos this week, that we only had one repeat NFL division champion last year out of all 8 divisions. It was the Eagles in the NFC East, which broke that string of consecutive different division winners in the NFC East. And you start to look at how things have gone this offseason. You look at last year's standings, and I think it's a fair question to ask, how many will we get this year? If any, could we have 8 different division winners in the NFL this year? Let's start with that. How many repeat champions, division champions, do you think we get in the NFL this year?
I only think it's going to be one, Chris. I think it's going to be the Eagles in the NFC East. And I think a lot of people are going to like Dallas to win that division. I'm good. I'm good. When people are aboard the Dallas Cowboys hype train, that's when I'll get off at the next stop, Chris. Okay. And I'll take another train. I'm good on that. Philly is still the class of the NFC East, folks. I know it may not look as pretty as Dallas's offense. I know we all hate Sirianni, as a head coach, because he just seems like such an a-hole. But that's still the class of the division. You got Barkley there, getting lemon for A.J. Brown with Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts, and they got one of the best defenses in the NFL. Dallas, on paper, I get it. It looks great. The offense is going to be one of the best in the NFL. The Caleb Downs pick was my favorite of the entire draft. Full year of Quinnen Williams. There's a lot to like with the Cowboys. I get it. I still think Philly's going to win that division. So I think the Eagles are going to be the only repeat winner. Like, I went through it. I think the Bills are going to win the AFC East when the Pats did last year. I think the Ravens are going to win the North when the Steelers did. I think the Texans are going to win the South and the Jags did. The AFC West, you could give me the Chiefs. I actually kind of think the Chargers are going to win it this year. The Broncos won it last year. The Bears won the North. I'm on the Packers this year. Panthers won the South. I'm on the Falcons. And then the Seahawks won the West. I'm on the Rams this year because I think the Rams playing that NFC Championship game in Seattle, this window closing with Stafford, they know the importance of getting that home field. They don't want to have to go on the road again to a Seattle, to a Philly. You don't want to have to play in those environments. You want to, even though you're not going to have much of a home field advantage, you'd much rather play your NFC Championship game at home at SoFi. So, Chris, you really could make a case for like all of these divisions having a team, a non-repeat winner. The NFC East was the only one that I went to where I think the Eagles repeat. But I really think outside of that, man, every division this year, we're going to get a winner of a division that did not win it last year.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we had 8 new division winners as well. I think the one that gives me the most pause, though, is the AFC West, because I can see the Broncos just doing what they did on defense again, stifling everybody every week, creating havoc in the secondary, creating turnovers. And I'm still not sold on Mahomes looking like Mahomes coming back from the injury, even if he does start week 1, even if Andy Reid wants to tell us that he's going to be ready to go for training camp. You could tell me all that, and I'm not going to be sold on Justin Herbert until I see it for a full season. So I could see the Broncos repeating. As for the Cowboys, I don't know. Maybe it's just off-season hype, but I could see them taking control of the NFC East this year. It's a great point. Everybody wants to jump aboard the Cowboys hype train. You're more than welcome to jump off. The biggest question for me with the Cowboys is George Pickens actually going to be there when it's all said and done, week 1? We had somebody jump in the YouTube chat and mention odds on offensive player of the year. They said Pickens is still at 50-1. Doesn't make sense to them. Longer odds than Amon-Ra, than Omarion Hampton, than Zach Charbonnet. I will say the reason you have such a long number on Pickens is I think people still aren't convinced around the league, myself included, that he's actually going to be in Dallas this year. I would not be the least bit surprised to see him, even though he signed the franchise tag. All that does is make it easier to trade him, I believe, if something were to come up this summer. If somebody were to jump into the Cowboys chat and be like, hey, Jerry, Steven, here's a first-round pick. I don't know if they'd get that for Pickens, but if somebody gives them an offer that they feel like they can't turn down and they're not quite ready to put up with the headache that Pickens could be all year, I could see him somewhere else.
That's fair. I mean, I certainly think that's the case. That could be the case for sure with Pickett. And with Jerry, I mean, who knows? None of us thought he would ever trade Micah, and then he ends up doing that, So I wouldn't throw anything off the table. Dallas. The Broncos are interesting, Chris. The one reason I think they might not repeat is they were one of those teams, maybe not to the extent of the Bears, but they were one of those teams that just had those magical seasons in a sense where they won way more games than they probably should have, where it's just not sustainable, right? They were on a stretch there where I think they won like 5 straight games by 5 points or less. They were just constantly finding new ways to win. And like you said, still one of the best defenses in football. Peyton's a terrific coach. They arguably have the best offensive line in the sport as well. I think we're focusing so much, though, on the Mahomes injury. I'm not so sure like Bo Nix is going to be 100%. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like he's probably going to be back week 1, but so much of Bo's game is the mobility and his ability to make plays off script, scramble. If he's not able to do those things, I mean, that really hurts that Broncos offense. His health, I think, is a little bit of a question for me. And just the Broncos, I mean, so many games last year, they just could have easily lost. That's my only concern with them. But again, great coach, great defense. They definitely could do it and win a lot of games. I'm just more so, I think the Chargers, that McDaniel hire, such a good one, especially for the regular season. Like I'm in on the Chargers in the regular season. When we get to the playoffs and Herbert, that's a different conversation. But regular season Chargers, I'm in. I got no problem betting division, betting win totals, all those sorts of things on LA.
You have any worst to first contenders you like? Like, I think it's cheating to just say the Lions because that division was so tightly packed. Maybe the Saints in the South?
That's where I was probably going, is New Orleans, because like we were talking about a couple segments ago, Chris, you could have made an argument that was maybe the best team in the division towards the end of the year, that the way that they were playing. So I think it's probably the Saints. The Giants will be a hot pick because people see Philly maybe as a vulnerable favorite. You get Harbaugh, the additions that they have, Dart as a nice young quarterback, but I don't really like the Giants this year. The only other one I think that could be intriguing besides New Orleans, if you're not taking Detroit, I think Tennessee could be interesting. Yeah. Tennessee, I don't know about got a lot better.
Yeah, I don't know about that winning the division, but certainly I could see them as a sneaky playoff contender late if Cam Ward continues to improve exponentially the way he did down the stretch in the second half of last year for the Titans. Back into the NBA in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, the excitement ratchets up to another level. Be a part of the playoff action and bet with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. You can activate your odds boost token right now inside your BetMGM app for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for Game 7s today in the NBA, and get ready for tip-off with BetMGM and make it legendary. Speaking of Game 7s, we had one last night in Boston. I don't think it went the way, at least the last few games of that series, anybody expected between the Sixers and the Celtics. What's it mean for Boston going forward this offseason? What's it mean for the Sixers facing the Knicks in the next round? That's next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in 20 minutes, is this team doing right by their rookie quarterback with who they've brought in to help mentor him and how they're claiming they're going to handle the position going into week one? We'll get into that here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375, and always live inside your Westwood One Sports app, as well as the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You want to jump in the conversation? What do you think of what we got in front of us with a pair of Game 7s in the Eastern Conference today? 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. We previewed Magic Pistons and Cavs Raptors earlier. The winners of those two are going to meet each other in the Eastern Conference semifinals. A lot of people think that series doesn't even matter because the other Eastern Conference semifinal is now set between the Knicks and the Sixers in what should be an epic 7-game battle between those two. We can get into that in a second, PJ, but first, putting the wraps on what happened last night at the Garden in Boston. Philly finally had a strong first quarter. Tyrese Maxey talked about it after the game. He said they wanted to put the onus on themselves to come out strong, and they did. Joel Embiid, 10 points in the first quarter. Philly, a 13-point lead after the first 12 minutes after they had been minus 44-point differential in the first quarter through the first 6 games. So they didn't have to battle back. They were able to kind of dictate the terms of engagement. Joel Embiid being healthy meant he was able to attack the rim and even spot up for some really nice jumpers on the edge of the paint. And Boston was ice cold early. They did get hot in the second quarter, briefly, very briefly, for like 30 seconds, held a lead in last night's game, but went ice cold down the stretch. And without Jason Tatum, they just didn't. The lack of secondary scoring that they had all year with Tatum out didn't show up last night. And so ice cold down the stretch. At one point, they missed 10 straight field goals late in the fourth quarter. So Boston now, I think, has to take a long look at whether this roster is properly built from the inside out. There's no question about what they have on the perimeter. When they get hot and start hitting threes, as many as they take, they can go on a run with anybody in this league. But on the inside, they just didn't have it last night.
Chris, you know what's funny is prior to that NBA championship that Boston won 3 years ago, whenever they were in the playoffs, you know, we'd kind of all just shrug them off. Like it was this team that had this great regular season, but whenever they got to the postseason, we'd just be like, well, we know the Celtics are going to find some way to lose. They're going to lose a series that they shouldn't. And then they win the title. They change their perception. And these last few years, with really no strong teams in the East, we've all kind of looked at them as the team to beat. And now they're starting to come up short again. And now that start of that championship honeymoon is worn off, and they've had some quick exits the last few years, and they haven't looked really good doing it. Tatum got injured against the Knicks. And like you said, just no real supporting cast, especially around Brown and Pritchard in these last few games. And Derek White, it's starting to open up eyes, I think, to people. And if this roster runs it back next year, or they don't make any significant changes, I know myself, and I think a lot of other people, when we're handicapping the playoffs next year, we're going to look at Boston in a very different light than we have the last few years. So I think this year was definitely a big wake-up call. Philadelphia exposed a bunch of things. And we've seen Brad Stevens in this front office be proactive throughout the years, or make some moves that not necessarily were head-scratching, but kind of came out of nowhere, where they either make the trade for Porzingis, or they trade away Porzingis, or they make the Drew Holiday trade, like all these sorts of things that are tied together. And they're very smart and one of the best organizations in the NBA. Like you said, though, I think the biggest thing is they need to address the big man position, especially in the East, because a lot of these top teams, Embiid in Philly, Karl Anthony Towns in New York, Mobley in Cleveland. A lot of these teams have really good big men. And Boston, even though maybe some of their guys defensively give some good effort, from an offensive standpoint, they don't put enough stress on those big guys on that side of the floor. And that's what you need. Yeah. It's great to have a Rudy Gobert-like defensively when he's giving you that. But if you don't have a guy that's giving you that defensively where you don't suffer on the offensive end, you got to find a way to address that. And I think that's what this series did for Boston. But you got to give Philly a ton of credit. Chris, all these years we've been talking about Philly. When we realized Maxey was on that superstar level, when we realized Embiid was a superstar level, and now they make these additions and they go out and get Paul George and they go and get Nick Nurse the last few years, we've been waiting for this run. When is it coming? And now it's looking like it maybe is all coming together. So it's just so funny what a playoff series does to the perception around organizations, teams, what they need to end up doing. If Philly would have just rolled over and they would have lost to Boston, in 5 games, 4-1, we would have been having none of these conversations. Tatum would have gotten his rest. They would have gotten ready for New York. Instead, they go home, and now they're facing big questions. And Philly, on the other hand, we're looking at them as, man, if they can beat the Knicks, like this team might go all the way to the finals, and who knows what could happen.
Yeah, when they play like they did in the last 3 games of that series, they can beat anybody in the East. The question is, how much longer can they string that together, right? Like, that's my biggest question for the Sixers, especially going into the Garden. They're going to have to win at least a couple in New York if they're going to win that series. And like you said, it all comes down to the big man. I have confidence that if he stays healthy, Joel Embiid, especially the way he played towards the end of this series, can out-physical, I think that's the most important thing, Karl Anthony Towns. And if Embiid wins the battle against Cat with any kind of margin, then I think it really reduces the amount that you need Tyrese Maxey and or Paul George to come out and shoot the lights out every night and outduel Jalen Brunson on the perimeter. That's the question, though. Can Embiid continue to do? That's always been the question with Embiid. How much can he do it? How long can he sustain this level of effort? And I'll be honest, you mentioned it earlier. When we saw him go down a couple of times in the fourth quarter last night, people inadvertently rolling into his knees or his lower leg, I immediately thought, oh, here we go. Doesn't matter if they finish this off or not, because Embiid's not going to be healthy for a series against the Knicks that we inevitably feel is going to go at least 6, if not 7 games. But if he can stay healthy, that changes all the calculus and all the math in the Eastern Conference.
Absolutely does. And Joe Mazzulla talked about that after the game. The reporters were asking him what changed in this series, and he said Joel Embiid came back. And that's really what it is. Reggie Miller was talking about it on the broadcast last night, too, early on in the game, when you could just tell, like, Embiid was going to be in one of those rhythms. He's truly unstoppable. I mean, he can get that mid-range elbow jumper whenever he wants. And if he's knocking that down, there's nothing you can do. On top of that, if he's knocking down 3-pointers, like, it's just, he is unguardable at that size, with the touch, with the ball handling. He's truly an incredible talent, and that's never been the knock on Embiid. Nobody's ever questioned how great of a player he is. It's always going to be about the durability. And he missed a lot of the regular season and he missed some of the postseason, but he's back now. He's playing great. I don't think any of us expected him to look that good coming into a series that late and missing all that time. But man, did he. He was terrific last night. And if he's going to play that way against New York, Chris, they're going to be in some trouble, man, because the Knicks, that's a team that their bench is much deeper than it's been in recent years, which is ultimately what I think is going to be the difference. Both teams, their starting lineups are very good, but I think the depth of New York is going to show its head towards the end of the series and wear them down towards the end. Ultimately, I think that's the difference. But both starting lineups are terrific. And I mean, you could even argue that Philly's two-headed monster of Embiid and Maxey, I think, is better than the two-headed combo of Cat and Brunson. It's close. I think I'd maybe take Maxey and Embiid, though, especially the way that they're playing right now.
Yeah, I think the most interesting push-pull dynamic of this series and the adjustments that we're going to see by both Nick Nurse and Mike Brown are, are you going to, if you see Embiid start to heat up and have a first quarter, for example, like he did last night, and you're Mike Brown, do you then start to double him with, Towns and OG? And if those two are harassing Embiid, is he able to clean up the glasses you need him to, and or take the ball and kick it back out to the shooters on the perimeter? Because if Maxey and George are shooting the way they did last night and throughout the end of this series, especially George in game 6 and 7, okay, now we've got the ability to force the Knicks to really neither team, I don't think, is going to win on spreading the floor. But if you're battling to a draw inside with Embiid going up against Cat and Mitchell Robinson with some help from Anunoby, okay, if we're battling to a draw on the inside, then it comes back out, like you mentioned, to those perimeter guys. And that's when I think it becomes about Paul George, because if Brunson and Hart are able to somewhat neutralize Tyrese Maxey and keep him from taking over games, all right, here we go. PG, it's your time to shine, brother. Are you going to be able to do what he did in games 6 and 7 in particular against Boston? And I think that's where you can maybe mitigate some of the depth advantages that the Knicks have over the Sixers. Is if Paul George shows up big in this series, it opens a whole new avenue towards winning ball games.
And another guy that could be an X factor is the rookie VJ Edgecombe, because his two biggest games of that Boston series were on the road. He had 30 in game 2 without Embiid. And then last night with Maxey and Embiid going off, he chipped in with 23. We talk all the time in game 7s. Your stars need to play like stars, but how many times is it up to that other player, that role guy or that glue guy that steps up and gives you a big performance? And that was Edgecombe last night. Paul George was also very good as well. But he's going to be key in this series. And I like the fact that his biggest games in those Boston series came on the road, because once again, Philly's playing in a series where they don't have home court. They're going to need to go to the Garden and win at least one, if not 2 games in this series, because you figure the Knicks probably going to win a game in Philly at some point. But I like the way this Philly team's playing. They have a ton of confidence, and I think the fact that they're underdogs again, they're really looking forward to that role. All the pressure is on the Knicks, so going to be a heck of a series, Chris. You just hope that everybody stays healthy. You hope that Brunson stays healthy and George stays healthy and Embiid stays healthy as well, because if they do, this outside of Thunder and Spurs, this might be the second best series that we get the entire playoffs.
Let me pivot back to the Celtics for just a second, because we talked about they've got to focus on a big man because they weren't able to compete against Embiid in this series when he was healthy and back on it. Would you consider, or how seriously would you consider dealing from that depth in the backcourt, Peyton Pritchard, Derek White, to find that big man? Because it's not really available on the free agent market this offseason. Just scrolling through the pending free agents that we'll have this summer, that has to be, if you're Brad Stevens, you have to consider everything short of Tatum and Brown, obviously, to make a move to find somebody in the middle.
You definitely do. Yeah, that's the big question. They're not getting rid of Brown and Tatum. I can't see him doing that. Pritchard, maybe, if the offer's good enough, or Derek White. I think it's more likely, to be honest with you, they get rid of Derek White than I think it is Pritchard, because of what he gives them off the bench and how comfortable he is in that role. I think if they mix it up at all, Derek White would probably be the guy to go. But yeah, they got to do something last night, Chris. Of their starting lineup, only 2 players scored. Derek White and Jaylen Brown. That's it. Ron Harper gave him 0 points in 4 minutes. Garza gave him 0 points in 9 minutes. And Shireman gave him 0 points in 22 minutes. I know some of those guys aren't out there to score the ball, but you shouldn't have 3 starters that go scoreless in the game. Ron Harper Jr. never really made sense to start the game in the first place. I know he's only out there to score or he's only out there to start because Pritchard comes off the bench and he still played 39 minutes. So maybe you can cross that one out, I guess. But yeah, just very strange to see a box score in a game 7 of a 2 seed for a team in the NBA to have 3 starters that go scoreless last night.
I would have my eyes on, if I were the rest of the league, the Giannis Antetokounmpo sweepstakes that could take place this summer. And does Boston consider patching over that hole in the paint with Giannis? I think that's one of those places where I would look and say, okay, Milwaukee, what do you need and how much do you need? And do we have something that we could offer aside from Brown and Tatum, obviously, that would at least start the conversation of a Giannis deal? And I think you put Giannis in that environment where he doesn't have to be the guy, right? He can just feed off of Tatum and Brown. And the depth that they have in the backcourt, again, you'd have to give some of that up, I would think, to get that kind of return. But one final swing at maybe a title for Giannis, and the Celtics, like I said, sort of wallpaper over that weakness they have in the paint. Giannis is a part of something rather than at the head of something, I think could make sense.
Certainly could. That's very interesting. I would think they would want to pair Giannis and Tatum together. So Brown would probably be the guy that would be gone. And yeah, if you're Milwaukee, maybe it's Brown, it's Kata, and then it's like 4 first-round pick. I have no idea what they're going to do. But that's interesting. That's interesting with Giannis in Boston. I could definitely see that.
Credit to Zach, who threw that out in the chat. He's not one of the best producers in the business for nothing. Coming up next, I don't know if they're managing this right or not. I know how I would do it. I think PJ knows how he would handle it. How would you handle a young rookie quarterback who should have an immediate impact for you, at least if you spent the draft capital on him that you did, serving as a backup to a veteran starter that we know is not taking you anywhere? We discuss that next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
I've become firmly convinced that, and I should take this to the people that write the checks here at Westwood One Sports. I've become firmly convinced that we should broadcast our commercial break conversations on YouTube during the show because they're that damn good. I mean, we just completely reconfigured the NBA for the most part in one off-air conversation. We'll get to the young quarterbacks in a second and whether they should sit or they should start, whether it makes sense what the Raiders want to do with Mendoza and Cousins starting the season. That's the one that precipitated this whole conversation. We'll get into that in a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. But I feel like we have to continue this now during the show proper, PJ, because Zach Krull, our executive producer, brought up the idea of where Giannis goes this offseason, right? We've gotten back to a point in this league where your big men matter. We saw it in Boston last night with Embiid. We're going to see it on display in the Sixers-Knicks series. But there are some teams that haven't been able to solve that equation, and there are some teams that are desperate to figure it out, and other teams that are like, hey, we might have something for you. Giannis is what everything in this conversation spins off of, but as Zach also pointed out during the break, like you've got these teams where you look at their rosters and you say, there's not a major glaring weakness. Like, okay, Boston, we talked about the need for a big man. But then you look at Denver's roster. The Nuggets get eliminated this week by Minnesota. And I thought about it this week after that Game 6 wrapped up, and I said, what is the immediate move for the Nuggets? What do you do to fix that roster right out of the gate? They're not dealing Nikola Jokic. Like, that's not happening. So this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Let's talk about the NBA offseason for just a second, PJ, and what should or would or could be the first big domino to fall. Because I mentioned Giannis. It feels like that may be, obviously the draft lottery has to be decided, see what kind of capital different teams have at their disposal. You've been talking about AD in Washington and how that isn't really a fit for Davis. And but what's the first big domino to fall, you think, this offseason?
I think it could be Anthony Davis because so much of what's going to happen with him in Washington, I think, is predicated off of what happens in the draft lottery. If the Wizards get the number 1 pick, number 2 pick, Anthony Davis all of a sudden more inclined to stay. If they wind up with the 5th pick, probably a good chance he leaves. But even in this draft, getting the number 5th pick, I mean, that's getting a pretty good player. I've been throwing out the idea of Kevin Durant for the last couple weeks, but then we just kept talking, and then all of a sudden, the Giannis idea is very intriguing to me. Like, would Giannis want to come to DC to play with Trae Young? I think they would be incredible in the pick and roll. And then would he entertain maybe, building with that young upstart Wizards core? So they're an interesting team. Dallas, I think, is also very intriguing because you got Cooper Flag. Keep in mind, Kyrie was out the whole year. He's going to come back. Could they put together something to pair with those two guys maybe as well? Could you imagine Durant going to play with Kyrie again, maybe in Dallas or something like that? I don't know. The NBA is interesting because you're right. There are so many of those teams like Houston, Denver, Boston that could really make some big decisions. But then there are also some teams in the NBA that feel like they're an offseason away from taking that next step. Charlotte is another one of those teams. I watched Charlotte play, and they got a lot of good players. It feels like they need to go out and get a great one. And they're not going to get somebody in free agency. So they're a team that needs to make a trade. Could they offer Boston Knipple, Brandon Miller? I'm just throwing stuff out. And it's like, who do you want to build around? Do you want to build around LaMelo, Knipple, Ball? You decide who you want to build around. And then maybe you go out and offer a package for Giannis or something like that. It's going to be very interesting. There are a lot of teams that I think look to make the next step. Portland could be another because now they realize they have something in Denny, try to build around him. I think maybe, though, Chris, to answer your initial question, Anthony Davis might be the first domino just because he doesn't want to be in DC. And since the draft lottery, we'll know this time next Sunday, actually. So that'll be fun to talk about. Next Sunday, we'll have the draft lottery. When we have a good idea of where some of these teams will be picking, we might have a better idea of which teams will be aggressive and which teams maybe not so much.
I also think in the NBA, it's as easy as more easy than it is in any other of the 4 major professional sports leagues to just remake your entire roster, an entire direction of things in an offseason. As long as you're willing to manage the cap proactively. I know that was something that was brought up by Grant, our board op, when I threw out the Giannis to Boston idea. Now you're talking about climbing onto the second apron and how that hampers everything. If another big salary is going out, though, Jaylen Brown maybe is a possibility. That opens the window. I know Celtics fans are just right now as they're sitting there in the hangover from this season. They're looking at it and saying, "Man, you break up Tatum and Brown. Why would we do that?" Well, as we saw last night and over the last 3 games of the Sixers series, when you run up against a team with a quality big man, which Embiid was in the back half of this first round series, you need somebody who can combat that. And sorry, Neemias Queta is not that guy. I mean, he's not. So I'm curious to see how a lot of these teams who find themselves making what they think is an early exit in the NBA playoffs spins the NBA offseason this summer. But you're right, with the lottery next weekend, we might start to see some of those dominoes fall. As for the NFL offseason, we saw the Raiders with the first overall pick. They were going to take Fernando Mendoza the entire time. Nobody was shocked by that. I think what a lot of Raiders fans, though, in particular, and people around the league have missed is that as much as they had to take Mendoza, PJ, with the first overall pick, I don't know if Fernando Mendoza is a first overall pick in almost any other draft. I don't know if Mendoza is a guy who I'm willing to say right now is the quarterback that can, regardless of what other talent you have around him, drag your team kicking and screaming to the playoffs if they're not otherwise very good. I think Mendoza is a great example of a quarterback who could be very good, maybe. That's his utmost ceiling. He could be a very good, maybe top 10 quarterback in the league. He's not a guy. There are quarterbacks you draft. Joe Burrow, for example, when the Bengals drafted him. I throw him right into the deep end because he is going to instantly, even as a rookie with no NFL experience, make my team and my offense that much better. Mendoza isn't that for me. And so I have no problem at all with the Raiders letting Mendoza stand on the sideline, hold a clipboard, wear a ball cap, and watch Kirk Cousins and learn through Cousins' failures for 6, 8, maybe even 10 weeks. And if Mendoza isn't in there until Thanksgiving, as a Raiders fan, I'm totally fine with that.
My take all offseason, Chris, is going to be that Vegas this year is the Giants last year. When the Giants came into the season, they drafted Jackson Dart in the first round. Russell Wilson, they got in the offseason, and he started earlier in the season. And if you remember, you, the viewer, you, the listener, how you felt probably watching Giant games, you were wondering, why is Russell Wilson out there? What is this doing for anybody? See what you have in Jackson Dart. You have a young weapon in Neighbors. You have a young running back in Scadaboo. See what you have in Jackson Dart. Maybe you get a great performance out of Russell Wilson like they did in that shootout, crazy overtime game against Dallas when he threw for like 450 yards. But most weeks, you're going to get a terrible performance out of Russell Wilson. And I feel the same way about Vegas, where, again, they got a great young receiving weapon in Bowers. They got a good young back in Genti. You drafted Mendoza to be the future. So go out there and see what you got. Every week that you roll Kirk Cousins out there, I just think you're wasting valuable experience and valuable time. I understand that there's value in having a guy sit back and learning. And I think Cousins is actually one of the better quarterbacks you could do that with, which is probably a reason why they brought them in. But if the goal is to win, and the goal is to win Super Bowls, even though Mendoza starting week 1, you would never expect the Raiders to win a Super Bowl. I mean, go out there and see what you have, man. You know, like, I just think starting him, like, what's the best case scenario? Kirk Cousins absolutely balls out and you make the playoffs? I mean, I can't see that happening. At this point, we kind of all know what Kirk Cousins is. I think even if you play him the first 3 games, it's a waste. I view the Raiders as I did the Giants last year. You drafted Dart in the first round. You traded up because you thought that he was the quarterback of your future. And it turned out he was a lot better than most of us thought he would be. Chris, I'm kind of in the camp with you where I don't think Mendoza is going to be as good as a lot of other people do, but I didn't think Jackson Dart was going to be all that great. And I'm still not sold on him, but he proved to be pretty solid as a rookie. I think you roll Mendoza out there. He's the Heisman Trophy winner. He played under Signetti. He showed that he can win a lot of games and play well in big moments. I think you roll him out there week 1 and have him learn on the fly, man. I just don't know if having him sit behind Cousins and wait in games necessarily in this case is the best scenario, because I think he is NFL ready as he can be. I'd let him go out and play.
So my counterpoint to that, and I think the Dart comparison is actually a great one, because I think Jackson Dart at his best is maybe, again, if he fulfills utmost potential, maybe a top 10 quarterback in the league. I liked him more than a lot coming out last year. So I was, again, as a Steelers fan, a team that's in an annual quarterback purgatory over the last half decade, was somewhat jealous of the Giants jumping on Jackson Dart when they did. My counterpoint would be, I don't know how well it served Dart late in the season, especially when we saw him make more mistakes, when he became more reliant upon his legs, put himself in more harmful positions. And yeah, it turned into a couple late regular season wins over the Raiders and the Cowboys, for what it's worth. I don't know how well that served Jackson Dart to not sit there and watch Russell Wilson show him what mistakes could easily be made. And I would say the same thing about Mendoza, watching Cousins maybe flail away at times. I know your other point is very valid. You draft these guys to win. But I think if you're in the middle of a rebuild, so many teams and so many fan bases see the hope for the future walk in as the future starting quarterback drafted in the first round. In this case, Mendoza, first overall. And they say, I got to see him now. I want to see him now and what we have. You're already in the heart of a rebuild. If you were the Giants a year ago, if you're the Raiders this year, I think it's much more valuable to spend another year, maybe going 6-11 under that retread veteran quarterback and having your young quarterback sit and watch and learn, than going 9-8 with the rookie quarterback being inserted late in the year, or 8-9, and watching him take those physical lumps that you know he's going to take. It's a far more patient way to look at it, and you're almost saying, yeah, you know what, we're going to chalk up another losing year, but you're doing it in a way that provides the most opportunity for your young first-round quarterback to learn. I know fans hate that. I know a lot of people look at it as you do and say, hey, no, you drafted the guy. Put him in there and let him learn on the field and between the lines while the bullets are flying. I just think it would serve Mendoza well to sit as long as possible until you just look at Kirk Cousins as totally and completely untenable late in the year. Like I said, post-Thanksgiving, and you say, all right, Fernando, here you go. You got 6 or 7 games to sort of soft launch your career in the NFL, rather than throwing him in there right off the hop week 1 or even week 4 early in the season and taking his lumps between the lines.
I definitely see both sides. I just know I'm going to be watching the Raiders in week 3, and I'm going to be like, why is Cousins out there? Like, why? More importantly, why am I betting on this team? Because, there's going to be a number that's overinflated, and I'm going to take the points, and I just know myself, and why am I betting on this team? It's also a tough sell, Chris, I think, to a locker room too, when you just, again, you kind of know what you're getting out of Cousins, and there's a part of you that you want to see the young kid. You want to see if there's something, because all these guys know. They see it in practice. They see it in games. And if they feel like that Mendoza's good enough and the coaches are still going with Cousins because they want to give him more time, I think that can, be tough as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the Raiders do. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Maybe Mendoza's just so good in training camp and preseason that they have to roll with them in week 1, or maybe he's so good that they have to start him in week 3, week 4, whatever it may be, or maybe Cousins is just so bad the first couple weeks. Cousins is definitely going to be the starter other than something foreseen. If I was the Raiders, man, I think I'd just really start Mendoza and trot him out there, see what you got, let him have his growing pains, and try and figure it out, because he's the guy that you draft number 1 overall to be the quarterback of the future.
We got a Game 7 in the NHL. We got 2 Game 7s in the NBA. We got bets for them, I'm sure. And our 3 stars of the day all coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. We've touched on just about everything today from every angle. Up and running in Detroit, Game 7 between the Pistons and the Magic. Very early, just a couple possessions in. Pistons with a 2-0 lead, about a minute and a half into that one. You'll get another Game 7 later tonight between the Raptors and the Cavs in Cleveland. You got a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Canadiens in Tampa against the Lightning. Carolina's already taken a 1-0 lead in their series on the other side of the Eastern Conference in the NHL, beating the Flyers, shutting them out last night. Speaking of hockey bets, with BetMGM's hat trick jackpot, you have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets during each playoff game. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy nets the hat, he scores 3 goals during that game, you'll win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. It's waiting for you inside your BetMGM app right now. Make it legendary. We'll get to our 3 stars of the day, our 3 favorite moments of the day, coming up in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day. But PJ, what do you got? What do you got to recommend for the folks who are looking to maybe place a little bets, get a little action going with all these Game 7s?
Yeah, so they just tipped off in Detroit, but we're still getting Orlando at plus 8.5. I like that today. I think they're going to keep it within the number. Just so many people, it feels like, are on the Pistons today with how that Game 6 went. But not me, Chris. When the people zig, I zag, my friend. And I think Orlando's the better team. I think they've been the better team for the majority of that series. So I'm going to be on the Magic today plus the points. Cavs Raptors, I would also lean Raptors plus the points. I didn't end up betting anything, but I just, I feel like it's too many points. I think Cleveland wins. The home teams won every game so far in this series. I think that's going to stay true. I think the Cavs win, but I think the Raptors in that game plus the points would probably be the play for me. In the NHL, I like the Habs today, Chris. I like Montreal, man. This series, you cannot get any closer than what this series has been. 6 games, 4 have gone to overtime. My favorite stat, though, is that there has not been a 2-goal lead in the entire series. How is that possible? You played 6 games and nobody's been up 2 goals so far. Can't get any closer than these two. You would expect nothing less in a Game 7 than for this one to be tight, 1 goal, maybe another overtime matchup. Just like the Magic and Pistons, though, I think the Canadiens are a better team, and the road team has been the better team so far in the majority of games in this series. So I'm going to go with Montreal to get a win today over the Lightning. And then give me the over, Chris, in Wild and Avalanche. I cannot wait for this series. This might be the 2 best teams in all of hockey, maybe outside of Carolina in there as well. This series is going to be so good. And generally, I think we all know how these NBA, NHL series go, where you tend to want to bet the overs early and you want to bet the unders later in the series. And I think this might be one of those. So when we get these first couple games feeling out, a lot of maybe goals early on, I'll take over 6 in Wild and Avalanche in that one.
Yeah, that series is going to be sort of I think anyway, your de facto Western Conference final. I could go on my rant about the Stanley Cup playoff seeding and how they align things now. I'll save that for another day, but I like the over there. It could be, no pun intended, wildly entertaining in Colorado tonight between Minnesota and the Avalanche. I'll go back to the Canadiens and Lightning, PJ. It's plus 265 for that game to go to overtime. You mentioned it. 4 of the games have already gone to overtime in this series. It's been a wild back and forth between Montreal and Tampa. So I'll take the game to go to OT. And then talk about close games in series. Every game in Cavs Raptors has gotten progressively closer throughout the series. So 8.5, way too much. I'll take the Raptors in the points today as well in Game 7 of that series that tips off a little bit later. Time for our 3 favorite moments of the day. We call them our 3 stars of the day. Let's hit it.
3.
Yeah, Yeah, I think everything is going to be under evaluation, even if they do find a way to win. I mean, there's obviously noise around the job security of Jamal Mosley. We've seen a decline in bench production this season. That was a strong suit of Orlando a couple of years ago. So there's going to be some roster manipulation that's needed to be done. There's a lot of money locked into their core 4 guys, of course, so it's not going to come through free agency. But certainly I think expectations have warped this entire season and have warped this series, quite frankly. I think a lot of people around the country had Orlando getting to the conference finals, and they had to fight their way into the 8th seed, right, through 2 playing games, and yet they came up and went up 3-1, and people were saying that, well, it's no longer, an 8-1. It felt more like a 4-5 matchup, really, and yet here we are on Game 7, it's 3-3. So, expectations have completely changed things. I think, obviously, even if they lose today, they're going to be proud of the way they fought, proud of the way they played, and to even get to this point, to get into the playoffs, because a lot of teams would have folded if they had an out like that in an elimination game in the play-in tournament. So,
Jason Beatty of the Orlando Sentinel earlier talking about the future of the Magic, regardless of how Game 7 goes today, PJ.
Another one of those teams, Chris, that could be facing some big decisions by the end of the year and being up 3-1, having Detroit on the ropes in Game 6. If they're unable to come through today, going to be a long off season.
Our number 2 star of the day.
2.
Days like today are why you get players like James Harden, and days like today are probably the day where you trust James Harden least. In Game 6s and 7s in Houston, he was 27 points per game, 38% shooting, 6 assists per game. He was approaching those as like superstar. I got to go, 20 shots per game. I got to go. That's how James Harden approached those Game 7s in Houston. Even if he had a bad shooting night, the ball was going up, right? Since he left Houston, he has made a marked change in his game. He's become more of a traditional point guard. And when the series is on the line, just get a completely different James Harden. Game 6s and 7s. Since he left Houston, the Houston sample is 10 games. Since he left Houston, it's 9 games, so it's about even. It's 16 points per game. It's 10 assists per game, and it's 13 shots per game. That's 7 fewer shots per game.
I think it's going to be real interesting. That was Jimmy Watkins of Cleveland.com, PJ. Going to be really interesting to see how James Harden attacks this Game 7 tonight.
It definitely is. At this point, I kind of almost want to bet his overs, Chris, because it just becomes such a big story that everybody knows how he performs throughout his career. Him and Donovan Mitchell got a lot of pressure on them today to deliver.
And our number 1 star of the day.
1.
Oh, man, it just seems like every year we go through this, and I'm kind of tired of it. I know a lot of NFL players, fans, and people around the NFL are kind of sick of it. I did talk to Michael Pittman Jr. this offseason, and he said that he's spoken with Aaron Rodgers, and I think he even saw him in person out in Orange County. And that led me to believe, this was like a month ago, and that led me to believe that Aaron Rodgers is for sure coming back. He gave the Steelers assurances that he's going to come back. He just wants to announce it when he feels comfortable and when he's ready. Because why would you talk to Michael Pittman when you're not going to be on the team? Why would you communicate with Mike McCarthy if you're not going to be on the team? It's just a matter of when he announces it, not if. The Steelers have made moves or not made moves that indicate that Rodgers is going to come back. Yes, they drafted Drew Aller, but nobody expects him to be the starting quarterback with the Pittsburgh Steelers next year.
It wouldn't be late spring, early summer in the NFL, PJ, without some Aaron Rodgers discussion. Tyler Dragon of USA Today laying it out for us earlier.
Certainly would not, Chris. I expect Rodgers to be back just like I think most of us do. Tyler certainly does. That was a good point about Pittman and how they've been in contact. So, I mean, Rodgers never makes it easy. He does things on his time, and this offseason is no different, but I would expect him to be back, and the Steelers are going to need him to, because with Will Howard and Drew Aller, Mason Rudolph backing him up, they're certainly banking on Aaron being back, and if he's not, they're going to have to turn to one of those guys to try and have a good season in Pittsburgh.
Great stuff today, Peach. Love Sundays. Love spending Sunday afternoons with you. And obviously breaking down the Game 7s, what's to come in the NBA offseason, what's already coming in the NFL offseason with mini camps and OTAs right around the corner. And we'll have to do it again next Sunday. Sound like a plan?
Absolutely, Chris. Always enjoy it. I have one final question for you. Do you believe in magic? Because I do. We're going to need some today.
Orlando, definitely going to need to believe in some magic. Thanks to Max Sheedy, our video producer, Grant Leader on the board, Zach Krull, our executive producer. For PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGM Game Day.